Okay, so intro to Python. I believe this is class number 5 or 6, one of the two. Today we're going to make a random number generator that will allow you to actually guess a number between 1 and 200, and then it'll have certain things to tell you if it's not a number or if it's not within the range, things like that. So just a little overview. So we're going to have our class right here. Our class is going to be number. And then the intro and pick are going to be methods within our class. So we create, but first we import random. And random is a built-in method in Python. And it'll allow us to randomly generate a number and then we have to obviously set the parameters, which we do in the next line down, which is number equals random. And then we want to create an integer. So we do rand int, open parentheses, between 1 and 200. And then into our first method is going to be our intro. And so in this, we'll want to find out their name, and then we'll have a space for them to input the name. And then we'll print out, we're going to play a game. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 200. Go ahead and guess. And so you'll see when I run this, it does exactly that. It says, may I ask for your name? And then I'll give it my name, input it, will. And then from there, it'll start the game. And getting into that, we get into our next method, which will be pick, which is when we are actually going to be trying to pick the number.
I have the same question I have.
Can I put random? I mean, technically, yeah, you could. I mean, I don't see why not. Let's see if we do it. And 0, 1. And then we'll do, make it a real big number. Oops. Change a few things.
Can you tell me how many decimals you want it to be here?
No, I mean, you don't have to input the exact number of decimals. As long as it's float, it'll So it's been weird when I try and play with this and like change things around. I usually have to go into make a new kernel and then put it in there, and then it'll work for whatever reason. I'm not exactly sure. I guess you could technically do string if you wanted to, but that'd be a lot more complicated trying to generate a random string and guess it. Yeah, so we get a number, module random has no attribute. Okay, so I guess that wouldn't work because in the random method, it has to be an integer. I'm sure there is a certain method that we could import that would allow us to use floats. But for this example, we're going to use integers. Okay, and then back here, so let's change that back. Rand, what we got here? And well, we'll get back into this and then I'll run it on a separate thing. So we define pick our method. And so we're gonna first say how many guesses we have done so far, which is 0. Guesses taken is equal to 0. And our guesses taken is just going to, the reason we're putting that first is so we can make a parameter of how many guesses we're going to allow. And then so we say while guess taken, if it's below 6, so we're only going to give them 6 guesses. If we wanted to put 100 guesses, we could put 100 guesses. However many guesses you would like to put in, you can. As long as it's an integer, not a float. Obviously, you can't have like half a guess or something like that. So that would probably return an error. And then we have input the guess. So this is where we're actually allowing whoever's using this to guess the number. And then we have guess in the not quotations, but the correct syntax. And then after this, you see we started a while loop and guess is taken. So while guess is taken is below 6, and then we're gonna have a little block of loop information that we're gonna use that I'll kind of get into right now. And then guess has to be an int, as you can see at the right below try. Your guess that you input into the system has to be an integer. It can't be a float. And then here we have our first if statement. So we have if the guess is below or equal to 200 and greater than or equal to 1, then we have the next line down, we have guesses taken is equal to guesses taken plus 1. And in that, all you're doing is saying, so you've taken 1 guess, and then after that, now it's down to 2. So we can keep track of when we get up to 6. And now we have while guesses taken is below 6, if the guess is less than the number, we want to print out the number you have entered is too low. If the guess is higher than the number, we want to print out the guess you entered is too high. And then if the guess is not the number, we're going to print try again. So after 6 attempts, if you don't get it, it'll print try again. Or we'll try again will actually just be printed below the line is the guess that you entered is too high or low. And then we have if guess is equal to the number, and then we're going to break. And what a break does is it essentially stops the loop and it'll go down. So we stop the loop and we're going to ignore the first and the second line after the break. And we go down to if guess is equal to number. Guesses taken is equal to string guesses taken. So that's saying how many guesses we used. And we're making that a string. And we want to print out if the guess is equal to the number. Good job, the name. You guessed my number in the guesses taken, the amount of guesses taken. And then if the if the guess is not the number, then we will print nope, not the number I was thinking of. And then it'll print the number.
So the reason you capitalize the 2
Um,
so you see these 2 words.
yeah. Yeah. And then so we'll go back up to this breakup here, and we go down to the next line. It says, if the guess is greater than 200 or less than 1, meaning it's not in the range, we'll print silly goose, the number isn't in the range. Except, this is an exception, if the number is not an integer, so let's say it's a float or a string or something like that, then we'll say, I don't think whatever was entered is a number, sorry.
Put a string in, it's not going to do the greater than less than.
No, it'll just go straight to that except point and then it'll print that
So
out.
if we did do the except, would it give you an error message?
Yeah, it would give you an error message for sure. And then so that's the whole pick, the pick method. And then we get down here to play again. And so in the play again, we're just going to see if they want to do it again. This is where the methods really come in handy because you can just say while playing, if it's yes, then we run intro and pick again. And then we just kind of do the same thing over and over and repeat it as many times as you would like. Or if play again is no, if it's in or no or anything else besides Y or yes, it will just shut the program down. So let me run this real quick for you guys and you guys can actually see it fully in action. Oh, my bad. I did not see that. I was trying to wrap my head around loops. Why would you use if instead of else? So else, what else does is like if you have else and if and then else, you have your if and then else is like if this is happening, then do this. But for here we have we're just saying if the guess is this, not if the guess is this, then do this. We're just saying if the guess is this, then we want to print this. I guess I see what your question is. Second, Jay. Let me get back to you on that, because that is a good question as to why you could just have one and then I guess a few different else statements. So let me look into that a little bit, and then I'll get back to you on that next class or something to that sort. I apologize, I don't have an answer for you right now. So let me.
Guess. Oh, there it is. Guess equal. Okay.
Yeah. Simplify. Yeah, and I'm honestly, I feel like there may be a way to simplify that a little more. But for now, we're just for this class's purposes, we'll stick to that for now. And if it works, it works. Exactly. You got it. Okay. I'm going to change these back to 1, 200. And so you see, may I ask for your name? Will is my name. Gonna play a game. And then, anybody want to give me a guess? 37. All right. 37's too low. How about you? 36? 56. 56. Also too low. Jay, you want to give me a number? 100. All right. All right. We're going up a little more.
Yeah, we didn't think it's 1 and 200.
So the guess is still too low. All right. So I'm going to go, we'll say 175. Oh, it's still too low. Okay. So this is a high one. So it's between 175 and 200. We'll try 190. Too high. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is our last guess.
Can it be 200 or not?
No, it can. Yeah. So if you go back up here in the code, we have if the guess is less than or equal to 200.
Yeah. So there's no reason to guess 200.
So we'll do 184. Oh, I was off by 1. And then it asks, obviously, if you want to play again. If I say yes, it'll do the same thing, ask for your name. So on and so forth.
Your name again, so you have to work.
Yeah.
All right. Wow. Okay. The question is, can we type that and get it to work?
I think we could. I think if we, all right, let's see. Let's make a new kernel, Python. So we'll get this going here.
Understand all the language.
Yeah, I mean, and once it all makes sense, I mean, it's good to be able to read it, but you are correct, and writing it actually out is probably the more difficult part. All the syntax, you have to make sure it's all perfectly correct. So you guys want to just kind of follow me along. I'm gonna be going back and forth between these two and just kind of typing it out, seeing if we can make it work on our own. No comments, anything like that. And I mean, you guys can play with it if you want, make the numbers bigger, make them a wider range, and see if you get an error message. If not, and let's see if we can make it run. I'll keep this window open for you guys so you can kind of refer to it if you need to.
This is the digital assets course taught by me, Jacob. Here's the weekly price of our favorite digital gold, 2.57% for the week since last Sunday. And then here's the year to date. I know last week we were over here. Unfortunately, we have moved down a little bit. And I guess I didn't really make this properly, but this is the price of gold for the week. Since the 28th, last Monday, we're down 1.4. And then year to date, we have 5.54. And ETH had a great week, 9, almost 10. And then other coins, I just figured I'd share some light on some of these. Here's our stable coins of choice. Past 24 volume, 73 million, 3.8, not too shabby for USDC. Tether trading, the last 24, it had 2 days where it passed 90 billion in trading volume, which is definitely not normal. So very curious as to what happened here. The only thing that I can think of is that coin that I've been talking about all semester, the one that has the above 8% interest rate, actually announced on the 31st that they're no longer doing the 8% interest rate. And they slashed it to 6.25. So, I mean, that's a heavy slash. I don't think this is the primarily reason though. Just because I was looking at the volume and it was actually average volume. There was nothing out of the norm. But here's GSD. They lowered their APY rates. Wow. So here on the first line, we can see 6.25 with $1,000 with no payments. And here's the difference between the 6.25 and the 8. We have some great numbers, but if we had a present value of 1,000 with $1,000 payments each year, it adds up pretty quickly after 15 years. I just thought that was neat to see. And then so this past week, we actually had a $600 million blockchain bridge hack, which I think I'm going to do a little thing because I actually don't know too much about blockchain bridges, but that's following last month's $300 bridge attack. I know there was a lot of talk and discussion about the security of these blockchain bridges. So today we're going to talk a little bit about NFTs. I don't have a very long discussion today. I was kind of sick this weekend, so I didn't get to create anything too spectacular. But NFTs, basically, you can own these pieces. You can buy them from intermediaries, and these NFTs are on projects or places such as OpenSea, which is mainly used by Coinbase, and Nifty, which is actually owned by Gemini. That corporation that I've been talking about. I really like the Gemini exchange. So a little bit about the intermediaries. We're gonna go through some of the NFTs just to look at how ridiculously priced some of these things are. But besides that, just the explosion of the blockchain has brought a lot of artists to actually printing digital and putting sports memorabilia out for sale on the blockchain. I think that's pretty cool. I know I was reading Gary Vee, I was listening to him just talk at a little podcast, and he was talking about how he used to be a humongous card collector, and he actually is putting his stuff out on the blockchain now, which is pretty cool. So yeah, let's open up some of this. Let's open up Niftygate. I guess I just go here. This is the one owned by Gemini. They have some pretty cool art. They're not as big as OpenSea. But yeah, I mean, here they advertise a lot of things. They don't have amazingly expensive projects compared to OpenSea, but they do have some pretty cool artwork. It's a lot out of my price range though. Original listing. Yeah. And then let's try OpenSea. What OpenSea does, which I think is different, is they actually, I'll show you right here. They actually show what's hot and what's trading over the last periods that you want to see. So you can basically click on a little bit of everything. This price floor is what the cheapest one is selling for. So the cheapest CryptoPunk is selling for 4.2 ETH, which let's see how much it costs in dollars. This is the cheapest one as it's filtered. Bid canceled for 7. Let's see. Last 0.16. Oh, what's the floor then? But yeah, I mean, there's just little digital JPEGs, which we can literally, if we wanted to, just if Mr. Sweet wanted to change his profile picture, he could just do this and make it his profile picture. But the thing is that he wouldn't be the owner of it. Yes, he would own a photo of it, but he wouldn't be the owner. The owner is Mr. Token Market Fit. And you can see it's like a kind of like a Facebook place. Like I was just discussing where you can see all this other stuff, see what they own, what they posted. So this is a little bit of what he owns. It normally doesn't do the content not available yet. He must be somebody pretty big if he's on a whitelist, which is pretty nice. You got to have some connections for that. Yeah, and then there's one more I wanted to show just because it's for the giggles. The Bored Ape Yacht Club. This is probably one of the more expensive ones. Let's see the highest. That's ridiculously priced. I don't think anybody would pay that. Although this one is obviously the highest, 65 million, 65.2 million. Can't leave out that extra $239,000. But yeah, and you can just see who's been trading, and it looks like he's got some offers, but $6 is ridiculously low. But you can just go through who's owned it, everything. So it was originally minted, and I have a little discussion on how to mint your own NFTs, but it was originally, yeah. And it looks like this Jeff Nicholas vault. He probably has some good art. Oh, he doesn't. But yeah, so I think that's pretty interesting. And then so yeah, these are all on the Ethereum blockchain. And then a little bit about their revenue. Oh, I did not mean to. A little bit about their revenue models. So this is for Niftygate. They said right here. Niftygate makes its revenue from taking royalties on a percentage of each sale made, including secondary sales made through the marketplace. When a Nifty or the NFTs on their thing is sold, the platform takes a 5% of the original sale price in fees and taxes, plus 30 cents to cover transactions. Yeah. And it's a little different on OpenSea. I want to say they were cheaper, but I don't want to bite my tongue. Service fee equal to 2.5%. Yeah, sounds about right. I think it was a little bit cheaper. Yeah, so that's it. And then well, that's not the end of my thing, but let me get to yeah, so here are some projects, creators, the ones that we were looking at, the Bored Ape Yacht Club, CryptoPunks, Invisible Friends, this one here. I like this one. He's a little fisherman. Seems pretty cool. And then the Big Beeple guy, he's the one who's been selling art that costs more than a Monet. Ridiculously. And then just here's a little in-depth look on a project that I like. I currently don't own. I wish I did. But these guys, they've created this brand. It's called a Full Send brand. And they actually created their own seltzer. It's called a Happy Dad. I actually haven't tried all the flavors, so I don't know how they taste. But I mean, it's pretty cool. I like how their entrepreneurship, they've really been targeting a lot of their fans. And a way that they're doing this is by creating the Full Send meta card, which is actually sold on OpenSea. It's in hopes of a future Full Send gym that they want to create, that they want to make. Also, they've been flying out card holders to events and different podcasts. So they'll have a podcast with somebody humongous. Like this past one, they did a podcast with a UFC fighter. They're like best friends with a bunch of UFC fighters. And they actually flew out a bunch of card holders and sat them in the room. And so they watched the live feed of the podcast. And then at the end, they were able to take pictures, and they even asked them questions on the podcast, which I thought was pretty cool. And Steve Will Do It is one of the guys here. He's creating $100,000 raffle for each meta card holder. So if you get a specific card, he's automatically going to send you 100K, whether over the bank if you want it, in Bitcoin, or however you want it. But yeah, I think they're banking on future access in the hopes that these guys just don't abandon the project. And I think that's with a lot of other projects in the space. So who are these customers? Who's actually buying this digital artwork? Is it the filthy rich spending 62 million? Is it those who want to believe in the creators? Is it those just wanting to make a quick flip? As we saw on OpenSea, it tells you what's hot the past 7 days. Even you can filter into the past 24 hours. Personally, I think it's all of the above. Like I truly believe in the Full Send brand. I hope they could do something great with it. Just because that's a project I'm following closely. I don't personally know them, but they seem pretty cool. Is it for the rich? I mean, I know people comment. Tech bros with too much money. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Definitely, if you're spending a lot of money, like let's take a look at some of this people art. Look, I want to say this is the one that was the record breaking. So. $69 million. Yeah. He sold this one for $69 million at Christie's auction house, which I'm sure you've heard of. So yeah, I mean, it's just crazy to see just the amount of money that's flowing here. I know there's so many conspiracies like, oh, it's money laundering, it's this, it's that. I mean, maybe in some spaces for sure. It's definitely a way to do it. So in order to mint an NFT, you need to actually have a digital wallet. You can publish it on the Ethereum blockchain, which is the most popular, probably the only one right now. The first step to do this is to create any digital file. As we saw, JPEGs, PNGs, compatible with the preferred marketplace. And you have to make sure it's not copyrighted. They actually have a big thing. I know OpenSea was actually, they used to be big on how they never charged anybody to start making these NFTs, but it got really expensive because people were just screenshotting the JPEGs of the humongous ones and printing them out as their own. So they bypassed that. You can choose to create a collectible as a single image or multiple images. Depending on the marketplace, you have linked your wallet to, you add your name, description, price, and other metadata. Once you created the NFT, the marketplace will charge a small fee, as we talked about earlier, which will be taken automatically out of the wallet. Yeah, and there's also an option to keep the NFT private. And so the podcast of the week is actually Mr. Brett Johnson with the Lex Friedman podcast number 272. He was at one point the US most wanted cyber criminal. Just a little bit about him, because he doesn't actually have a wiki page, which is funny because he was the most wanted. This is the closest thing to a wiki I could find. A little bit about him from just like spitting off the top of my head. He had a very interesting life. Very interesting life. We'll talk about it here. So he started his past with his parents were pretty abusive. He started petty crime because he couldn't really eat. So him and his sister stole food. And then that moved into his mother illegally mining coal and him helping out with the operation. And at 15, he let his anger out, sadly, on a woman in the hospital in an elevator. So very close space. And he's actually a pretty big dude. So that could be pretty traumatic for somebody, unfortunately. And at the end of the day, he went to so many different schools. Just because at one school, like all of the students actually held hands at the entrance to not let him in because of what he did to that lady. So good for them. But then finally he went into a school, and then one of the teachers is actually, he said, one of the first people that he actually met who was nice to him at the age of 16, I think. Pretty unfortunate, but she encouraged him to chase academic and acting careers. So he was actually a drama student, and he had some offers from some California schools, some pretty big schools actually. And they actually came out to visit him, and he was in school at the time while he was one of the scouts went to his parents' house, and the mom was kind of psychotic, and she pulled out a knife and was like, "You're not taking my son from me," all this other stuff. But yeah, so then that led to a life of insurance fraud. He actually defrauded USAA, if Fun fact, he talked about it. He got in a car wreck. Well, purposely crashed his car in order to lost wages, get some money from lost wages, and he used that money to buy a ring to marry the preacher's daughter of his town. Fun fact. So he had little telemarketing scams. He actually had a real job with selling grave sites and other nonprofits, but he used that mailing or the phone call list, and he started small. He stole a phone list and he started asking people for money. I really don't remember the exact scam, but one day he walked in and it was actually a police officer. Was like, "Yeah, you're not here for what you say you are." And he took him down to the station. He got 3 months for that. And then after that, he started scamming a little bit smaller. He started selling Beanie Babies. So a fun story, he obviously this Beanie Baby scam didn't put him on the US Most Wanted, but it's a stepping stone to get there. He actually, there was a Beanie Baby that was selling for like $1,500. And so he runs into Randall's like everywhere looking for this Beanie Baby. And he realizes that one's on eBay for $1,500 is probably not going to be in a Randall's. So he picks up a Beanie Baby that looks like it, but it's a different color. He picks up a gray Beanie Baby instead of the blue one, and he gets blue dye and he paints this one himself, but it actually looks horrible. And so he puts a picture of the Beanie Baby online on eBay, and he tells the lady who wins the bid, "I got the Beanie Baby, let's do business." But he automatically puts her on the defensive and is like, "I don't know you, I've never done business with you. I don't know if I can trust you. But if you get these cashier checks, they're actually backed by the US government. So we can do business that way, and I can send you them as soon as I get my cashier's checks." And she obliges willingly 100%, sends the cashier checks, and he actually sends her the Beanie Baby, but obviously it's a dyed Beanie Baby that's fake. And she realizes, but yeah, so he told the lady they were backed and it was safe, but unfortunately she kept calling, but eventually it just got so exhaustive and she was halfway across the country. So at that time there was no because this was in the early 90s or the late 90s, early 2000s, I believe. So there was no secure way of not dealing with not local police, but it's obviously not a federal bureau of investigation. So yeah, and then after that, he started pirating software. He created mod chips for the PlayStations and then moved to TV moderation chips to program satellite DHS cards, which literally give you any program. And he says that in Canada, there was a service not allowed. And actually somebody had at the point actually created a lawsuit. The service created a lawsuit against somebody who was pirating software up there, and the judge actually ruled that it was legal in Canada because the service wasn't up there. So at that point, he created a site and he started putting out these DHS cards and selling them like hotcakes. He said he was making 3 to 4 a week, but then he actually realized that he didn't need to start selling the items, so he would just take the money. And then he was making so much at one point, he was using PayPal, and they didn't even have security back then. So it was real easy for him. And he actually, so this funny story, he needed a fake ID if he wanted to go through the bank. And he went through the bank, but in order to get into the bank, you need the fake ID. And so he was online looking for fake IDs, and he found a site with reviews, a place that looked legitimate. And he was like, all right, well, $200, but he sent him the money and he never received his fake ID. It was actually a fake person. So I thought that was a pretty funny story. And then, so it soon moved to a bigger organization called Shadow Crew, and they actually moved into credit card theft. So apparently on the east side of Europe was hit heavily with credit card theft. So they had the informations, but not the physical card. So it's called card not present scam. And the original site was Card Planet, Ukraine guys. They're from Ukraine, and they partnered up with the Shadow Crew. Dimitri had the data, but could not commit the crime due to Eastern Europe. It was actually being locked down pretty heavily in the credit card world. So these credit card informations from Eastern Europe was sent with Shadow Crew to the eastern side, to the United States. And all they asked for was a 40% of whatever they had earned. So I guess you got to be pretty reliable on that. So yeah, initially they all thought it wasn't real. They thought it was a scam. So Brett was actually the guy to review him. He dropped off the address in a burner phone. He told him to drop off a product in a burner phone at this address. And at first it did not initially work, but then on the second attempt, the one that needed to work, they bought a bunch of fake stuff from Dell and Thompson warehouse, and it turned it up to actually being 30 to 40K a day from that. It was a pretty big operation. And then another one was he talks a lot about social engineering, and he said he needed to listen to people and actually be empathetic to manipulate them. And he was actually, his organization was actually the founding people of phishing attacks, and they came across E-Trader's information, all of their emails. He never really specified on how he did that. But anyway, he got their emails. He had access, complete info, literally mother's maiden names, social security numbers of over 200,000 people. So what they originally did was the ACH, the clearinghouse transfers. So they would move money from the people whose information they got to wherever he wanted sent, which at the end, I think it was a bank in Latvia. And at 4 to 6 months, E-Trade caught on and was like, there's no more ACH. So at that point, they just had 100,000 accounts that they didn't know what to do with all this information. So they opened the accounts to pump and dump penny stocks. So say you're a 60-year-old man, you're about to retire. You probably have a bunch of blue chips. And his idea was, let's buy a bunch of penny stocks, and then let's pump it and let's dump it. And that's literally what they did. So they pumped and dumped those. The crime. Okay, yeah. So he also did spear phishing. He talked about spear phishing, targeting an individual, spear CEO in order to get the login infos. So he said that they would act as the CEO once they get the login information and basically send like an email to the CFO saying, hey, we're updating our accounts, payments need to be sent here. It obviously wasn't the CFO, probably someone a little bit lower. I'm sure those guys were in communications all the time. It'll probably be hard to fool the CFO and the CEO. And then he also talks about solar wind attack, which was a total nightmare. Catastrophic consequences looking forward because applications like Outlook, these people have complete 100% of the source code, and they can open it up to zero-day attacks, which a zero-day attack, if I remember correctly, let's Google it, but my information on a zero-day attack is they're basically, nobody knows about them except for those people. They haven't been public knowledge to anybody. Let's see. Know your garage, you know it's broken. You don't know it's broken until you fix it. Wrongdoers. Yeah, basically what I said, I'm pretty sure is correct. Yeah, the developers don't know about. Yeah. So then, yeah, and 0 days attack, I believe he said make up only 10% of all attacks, while known attacks take up the other 90. And a little bit more, whenever the law was chasing after him and his organization, at the time, law enforcement didn't know how to cover up their IP. So they were seeing IP addresses literally from the Secret Service. And there was a gentleman, I forget his name, but he worked at Verizon. And this is the same guy who published Paris Hilton's phone book. He posted the messages of the Secret Service about the investigation into Shadow Crews, about the Shadow Crew investigation, which I thought was pretty cool. And initially, they got a bunch of Texas ID drivers, which made me feel uncomfortable. But I wasn't alive at the time, so I guess I'm okay. California death certificates, because at the time, prior to 1998, Social Security death benefits were only like $270. So the families didn't really take advantage of that. But unless you filed it at the federal level, the federal government didn't know that those people were dead. So they just took advantage of that, and they did a lot in Social Security scram. He eventually went to prison. He ended up getting he lived an interesting life. He had a bunch of regrets and stuff. But what really brought him down was he settled down for a place too long. He was actually going to get married to a girl of his, and whenever he was to pick up the ring, they caught him here. But he seemed like he was telling the truth. But what Lex was saying was he wants to interview more criminals, but the hard part about it is identifying or separating yourself from being manipulated by them, and actually like feeling their story. And honestly, I kind of felt this guy's story. At some points, he was actually crying, and I was like, I don't know what the heck is going on. But he talks a lot about his prison experiences and being out on the yard and gangs and stuff. And it was a 3-hour podcast, but if you turn on the 1.5, he talks a little slow, 1.5, 1.2, you can speed up the podcast a little bit. It's definitely worth a listen. I recommend it. It's really interesting. He talks a lot about 0-day scams and just his life, but I think his life was pretty interesting. But that's pretty much it for me today. I was sick this past weekend. Still feeling a little bit. So yeah, nothing too crazy, but I guess we can go over some of this. Yeah, USA's most wanted list of 2006. The card misrepresentation, tricks, phishing, infection advancement. How was he arrested? Was captured in 2005 and 2006 separately. He actually broke out of prison. I forgot about that. I should have put that in there. He broke out of prison because he told his family members to look at a place because he wasn't going to be initially put into a prison. He was going to be put into a camp or something along that lines. And so it didn't actually have a fence, but since he was the USA's most wanted, they put him in a high fence. But he actually was on the run because he had a job outside the fence, weed eating, and he was on the run for 2-3 months, I believe. But then the U.S. Marshal's office caught him inside a hotel watching TV. He had his window open, and the guy's like, "You open the door," and he's like pointing the gun at him. He has his badge and everything. It seemed pretty cool. But yeah, he lives his life now as a consultant. It was initially really hard for him because I mean you're a theft and all this other stuff, but Microsoft gave him a chance, and that opened himself up to the entire network of computers. So that's pretty much it for me. He did make a lot of money, but yeah, it was a good list.
Perfect. So the industry analysis for banks, United States banks. So the United States banks industry grew by 16.1% in 2020 to reach a value of 20.6 billion. You can see this from the chart to the right. The CAGR of the industry in that period from 2016 to 2020 was 6.4%. Now, why do you think I put it in bold, that bullet point? The CAGR of 6.4%.
Why?
Yeah. Why did I bold it? Why is it important to know it? So when we compare it to the company we want to invest in, it has to have a higher than 6.4% to be like a good one. It's above the industry average. Then for the forecast to increase, it's going to increase to 26.5 billion by 2025 at a 28.7 growth percentage and a CAGR of 5.2. Next, segmentation. So the segments for a bank, most of the bank credit accounts stands for 72% at 14.8 billion of the industry value. Next is cash assets at 16.6, and other next. So the most important one we look at for banks is bank credit. Then the US accounts for 12.2% of all global banks in industry value. Asia Pacific comes first at 44.8%, and Europe second at 36.4%. It's interesting stuff. Now, FDIC insured banks. The bank industry is intrinsically concentrated to a few large players. And as you can see from the chart to the right, ever since 2000, the number of banks has been coming down and down and down. Now it's 2020. So it also has strict capital regulations are in place to secure the stability of the financial system. And so the nature of the business itself means that asset concentration is reinforced growth through economics of scale. So why do you think banks have been considering less and less and less? Why do you think that chart comes up? What's that?
Is it because they're being bought out and like emerging?
Mergers, exactly. There's been a higher number of mergers because in order for a bank to grow, they need more assets. So the fastest way to do that is to perform doing mergers because the bigger banks are just buying all of them. So it's harder for them to compete. They have to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Okay. So here's the Porter's 5 forces. There you have the summary. So for threat of new entry, I see it as a impact of the industry growth as a positive because they have a high barrier of entry. So for starters, regulatory barriers. The requirement for having a bank is to have high capital requirement and strict operation framework. The government's always looking at your back. There's a bunch of regulatory stuff you need to account for, paid lawyers to be on top of it. Second, the non-regulatory barriers are brand recognition and extensive branch networks. So smaller banks are not as famous, so people don't know them and tend not to put their money there. They mostly go to the big players like Bank of America, Wells Fargo, or Chase. So it's gonna be harder for them if any bank wants to enter the industry. Now for rivalry within the industry, it leans negative because there's a lot of players to compete with. It's not just banks, so it's banks, credit unions, investment bankers, investment advisory firms, brokerage firms, investment companies, mortgage banking companies, credit card, mutual fund companies. So it's a lot. The competitive business is huge, and the nature of the business is there too. If you don't grow assets, you're gonna fail. So it's cutthroat. However, there's also a diverse range of products which banks can offer, including retail banking, card services, investment banking, asset management, cash management, e-commerce. So some of the large banks can focus on a couple of these and do most of their marketing and stuff and bring clients towards this and try to achieve the best they can with these ones. For supplier power, I see it as a negative from the industry growth. They don't have much control of it. So how banks move their money is to the network of card payment transactions. So, and ATM networks. So who supplies this is an oligopoly with Visa, MasterCard, and American Express. So they have all the supplier power for that side. And then for IT and software, which provides to all these banks, it's either IBM or Bloomberg terminals. So they don't have many options. They can do Cap IQ too, which is growing, but still a very narrow range where they can provide all the information there. And same thing with risk management and viruses or softwares that may attack. There's a small number of firms which they can acquire their services for. They also tend to have they tend to stay with this providers because the switching cost of changing all the products or the hardware and software from what they currently use is high. So impact on the industry go negative. Now buyer power. So I see it as neutral. The reason for this is the banking industry serves a wide range of customers. So they have the high net worth individuals, the average customer. They have small or big businesses which can go to a bank, can deposit their money or get out loans from. So the gain or loss of some of these clients won't be much of a difference to a bank. However, bigger banks have the scale to attract more business at a cheaper rate. They can put up cheaper or lower interest rates, which hinders smaller banks, which can afford to do this all the time, or they don't have the capital. So that's why I put buyer power as a neutral. Then threat of substitution. Substitute, I see it as a positive. Substitute for bank loans include payday lenders and loan sharks, which have a bad reputation. So most of the clientele won't go towards them. They're mostly gonna get their loans from banks or peer-to-peer transactions, which are still not as huge as bank loans. Also, big loans like mortgage or car loans require huge fees to transfer into another bank. So people are not constantly going to change from bank to bank to bank and changing all their accounts. It takes time, takes fees, and something that's just not time efficient for the client. So overall, for the banking industry, I see leans positive. So that's good. As for the competitive landscape, this interest rate is concentrated with the four main competitors. As you can see, JP Morgan's the value is at 15.6%, then Bank of America, Citibank, and Wells Fargo, which account to almost 50% of the total US bank industry in value. And there's not much of a difference between those players. They all offer similar services. And then where our bank would show up, it's on the other, which is the other 50.8%, which is still, it's gonna be super, super small compared to the big four main competitors. So that's basically it. Is there any questions? How do you all see the banking industry like in, let's say, 30 years? Is the rate of banks still gonna go down and down and down, consolidate?
I mean, I think it can go down to a certain point, but I don't think, just, I mean, obviously we have regulations against how big. Some point, you're gonna see that.
Oh,
Techs are so big now, like it's too hard for any tech company to come in and compete with Apple, Microsoft. I think a bank like that's gonna happen.
or like
Yeah.
Venmo, who offers the credit cards, the debit cards and savings.
I mean, it's like nobody can compete with American Express. Not even Visa or MasterCard can compete with like American Express Smart.
Go further on that one.
So like American Express,
Yeah.
even though they have the least amount of users, they still make more like profit at the end of the day than Visa and MasterCard do, even though MasterCard and Visa both have credit cards, debit cards. American Express still makes more profit. And then I think they have like, Visa has like 2-3 times more like
Users.
users.
How do they do that? What do they?
It's because they have higher fee, they charge higher transaction fees when they're at for businesses.
Oh, that's why there's less of them.
And then American Express still has like those high net worth individuals.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh. Yeah. So we can still do the SBKN. So for next class, we can research on that company and bring stuff and we can talk about it. It's,
A small company.
yeah, okay. What was it? Do you remember the
I
ticker?
don't know.
Other Smart Bank.
Yeah, that's one.
Smart financial.
Yeah, we found it it's in the model. Yeah, Southern.
Southeast a little bit.
That's the question is, credit unions. community-
Businesses, they give better rates on loans and mortgages than big banks.
That continue in the future.
Barron's has it as a buy, 7 ratings with its average of 32.64. Nice. What's next, Professor, what's next on the security like analysis paper after the industry? We look at the
We get to the individual companies, so.
management and stuff.
We want to talk about their products, where they are, what their strengths, economic moats, those kind of things.
Okay.
And then it comes down to just valuation. We have that file for relative valuation. We use this current analysis.
And I'll bring up the SWOT analysis and stuff.
Yeah, on the company, yeah, you can figure out what their strengths are. Yeah, you want to have 3 or 4 bullets to find growth, and it's all about growth in industry, and the growth of this company, what is its advantages? What is it doing, what products are it in, who's its customer base?
What you think about the Porsche 540? Was it, do you agree or?
Yeah, it used to be switching power, you don't mention switching power, that may not, that's why I'm asking with credit unions and community banks. What's digital banking now, how hard is it to switch banks? And then the substitution threats. I really think, you don't have digital currencies in there. I do think the company-specific credit cards is a big risk. We'll see, but I do think digital wallets is a big risk. Apple, I do think people walking into Walmart and their card automatically knows they're in Walmart, so they automatically get a 2% discount if they use Walmart's card. I do think I've heard on podcasts about that. People used to have a credit card for each thing. They had, their gas credit card, their JCPenney credit card, and then everybody started consolidating with Visa and MasterCard. But that's because it was a hassle to get all these bills. But now if everything's electronic, you walk in Walmart, you walk into Amazon, say, hey, you shop with us, and they'll say, I'm not going to give you a 1% discount. Those companies with your cards don't make that much difference anymore. PayPal and the credit cards, I think they're at risk. If they're at risk, then the banks are at risk because they're the ones pushing. Now maybe the banks will be the ones backing Walmart's card or these other cards, who knows. And I think there's a little bit more substitution threat. Digital banking, digital.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
I heard that digital, like Apple Pay and all that, have lower fees than you actually swiping your card. So like the transaction fees for the business, they don't push it to the consumer, obviously.
Oh, so the business gets more money.
Not the business gets less money. I mean, technically more money, yeah. But at the same time, Apple at the end of the day can change their rates whenever they want. Because the way they do it is they randomize your card with Visa's approval. And then every time you use Apple Pay, it's randomly generated and only for that one time.
I think it's a risk for the really big retailers like Apple and Walmart and Amazon. They can create their own digital wallet where they don't go through Visa or MasterCard at all.
I mean, that's the one thing with Apple Pay right now. Like if you have cash in your Apple Pay, it's not Visa or MasterCard, it's Apple who's technically profiting on Apple Pay.
And who did Apple join? Was it Morgan Stanley or Goldman?
Goldman.
It's always, of
course.
Zelle and
No.
Zelle and Bentwater or I think MasterCard, Visa, PayPal charge way too much for their services.
I think
There's
all
got to
of
be a
them,
reduction in fees.
PayPal's gonna go bankrupt sooner or later. They're just burning through cash right now. Like, and then who's going to use PayPal whenever there's Apple Pay? More convenient. The only thing PayPal has is Venmo. Cash App's already destroying Venmo as it is.
No, is it?
Dude, their growth, Venmo, I mean,
I don't like Cash
growth
App. I don't like
is
Cash App.
Crazy.
I got
And
banned.
Cash App is more like a miniature bank without like all like the bank protections or like FDIC security. So people can literally cash in their checks through the app.
You can't do that with Venmo?
You can, but like not a lot of people do it. Cash App is more like, it feels like you're using cash. Venmo, they can freeze your account anytime. So same with Cash App, but Cash App, it's like a lot less they do it.
Oh, I got banned from Cash
And
App.
then the thing, huh?
I got banned from Cash App.
What are you doing, money laundering?
I was gambling with crypto.
That's why, see, you're a risk. That's why they banned you.
They still have my money there. They won't give it to me.
Try redoing it because I know a couple of my friends who got banned on thing
Yeah.
and their money's still in the account.
Yeah.
You have to talk to them after a year and then they'll appeal you.
That's why I use Venmo now.
I think it's an industry that could be disrupted. I don't know who's going to win or something, so it's not our problem.
Those are cyber stuff.
I think Apple, if anything, they're pushing to be a new card company because there's so much money.
But I don't like what I don't like of Apple's card is the 3% cash back. It's only with six companies.
Yeah, it's only, but it's with Apple Pay.
Okay.
It's all, where you get like 2%, 3% guaranteed with Apple Pay regardless. But if you use a card, if you use a card, it's 1%. But then some companies have 3%. It's because of the transaction fees,
Yeah, yeah.
they're making more money off that.
So yeah, I think that's it for this class.
Follow up, so go to A5.
Mhm.
And change the WMT to CLX. And that's gonna bring in the PE ratio, EV. And so go up to B2. Heights 7 to 1990. Clorox numbers start. Oh, it doesn't give you the EV, but that's okay, that starts a little later, so, that's their industry, since you're doing Clorox, and this was set up for Walmart, you can leave it as S5 cons, because that's consumer staples, so you've already got the right one,
Okay.
all right? So what you wanna do, so you got your data, so it just brought in PE ratios, EV to 12-month, all that stuff, it brought it in for your company, for your industry, and for the S&P 500. All right, so what you want to do is go up to the very, very top where that little triangle is.
Very, very
The
top.
little- underneath the, right next to the A, and the A1, see a little triangle, go left,
I'm sorry.
over to the A, and then it's left of the A.
Oh, I
Little
see.
Triangle, click on that, and Control C to copy. And you go to page values, that second sheet. A1, right click. The 1, 2, 3, yeah. And go to the output. On the output, it's your F5 button. By 8291. You can get rid of all this stuff. And so hit OK. Down here, it looks like you may be okay. So, well, you're okay. All right, so you're okay. Sometimes there's extra formulas down below, but you don't have that problem. So, all right, so you can control home. All right, so let me explain the spreadsheet, and you can build some charts. So go control home. So what this spreadsheet's telling you in B3, that 1.09 is taking your PE ratio for Clorox and divided by the PE ratio of its industry. And what it says, the median means historically, Clorox has traded about 9% versus its industry. So 1 would be they're right in line with the industry. 109 means they traditionally trade about 9% expensive.
Because
That may be
one
because
plus
of
the
lower
rate.
risk.
Yeah.
Sometimes a stock will trade expensive because they're growing fast. Sometimes they trade expensive because they're just low risk. So Clorox is part of a very, very low risk company. But if you look at C3, right now they're trading 40% rich to the industry. So historically they traded 9%, now they're 40. So if you look at D, what that says is right now they're trading 29% rich to their history.
Mhm.
So right now they're a little expensive. If you look at it, the next line, line 4, that shows you where they're trading versus the S&P 500. So they've traded a little rich, and it makes sense they trade rich because they're such a low risk company. There's 2 things that drive PE ratios, risk and growth. They're probably not a high growth company like an Amazon, but they probably are a very low risk company. So it makes sense that they're trading a little rich, but today they're trading really rich.
Mhm.
All right, go to the right because EV the sales might be the better one to use for them. You can see for EV the sales, they've historically traded very rich to their industry, but today they're actually trading cheap. So in the EV the sales, they're actually trading cheap, about 16% cheap. Go to the right, price of book doesn't make sense for Clorox, but we can look at it anyway. There you can see they're trading extremely rich right now. That probably means there's something wrong with their book value. Maybe they're buying their stock back or something. So that one you probably ignore price to book. Book values are net worth. If they're buying a lot of the stock back, that affect that. And on the next one, EV to EBITDA, they're trading extremely rich. So the 2 I would probably focus in on those first 2.
Yeah, the P ratio and then the
PE
EV to
ratio.
sales.
So let's focus in on EV to sales. So go to now I've got a couple seconds here. So go to G7. And so the very first one, they're 44% rich to their industry and 18 to the market. So the control shift down and then control shift right. And we're going to insert a line graphs. Hit the insert line graph over there next to the recommended right there. You click on that, insert a line graph. So you can see where they are versus the industry. So you can see that they're trading a little rich today because their median, if you remember that their median is they're actually a little cheaper. Their median's 175.
Mhm.
They were way above their median not too long ago. Now, if you want to, you can right click on that graph and do select data. Over on the right side where it says edit,
Mhm.
click on that edit and then go up to F7. Well, actually, put your cursor on F7. F7 to, and then do, Control shift down. And then say okay. The date. So you can see, well, it makes sense in 7/2/2020 that they would be really expensive because that's right in the middle of COVID.
Yeah, right here.
So we know their stock got overpriced because of COVID.
Yeah, you can see the peak.
Right?
there.
They just went crazy there. But they've since come back. So they were really expensive during COVID. So you wouldn't want to buy them during COVID. The market overreacted.
Yeah.
But now they're more back to normal. Same thing versus the S&P. So if you want to label it and make this its own chart, you can move the chart. But this is Clorox versus its industry, which is the blue, and Clorox versus the market, which is the orange. You can change the legend and all that.
Mhm.
And then, so I got it wrong. But you can do that exact same thing now for the PE ratio. So
Okay.
this is EV. All right, sorry about that.
It's okay. Clouds versus S&P.
So you got everything you need, just keep reading about the company and, this is, save this and email it to yourself and you got what you need. Maybe, show your team member here what we did and
Okay.
send him the file and do you have a Bloomberg account?
I'll help them set one up.
Yeah, if you want to set, you can't do it on that machine, but. All right, I'm gonna block this machine, but you can keep going, just don't shut anything down. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
They gave me 3 choices and then they told me this 1 o'clock was the only one. Thanks.
Okay. Let's see, right. Did you understand any of that, more or less?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Clorox. And,
Okay, so a quick brief summary of what this is. Okay, so right, financial analysis, what we're looking at is PE ratios and EV to sales, right? So if I just go into we're just gonna keep this here. If I go into Google, and we just Google EV to sales, right? And we go to so EV to sales is a financial valuation measure that compares the enterprise value of a company to its annual sales, right?
Mhm.
And then your PE ratio is what he was saying. So PE ratio. PE ratio, right? Right. What's the PE? Price to earnings. Price to earnings ratio. So it's what market's valuing the stock versus what the stock's making. Price to earnings ratio is the ratio for valuing a company that measures its current share price relative to its earnings per share. Also going to look at annual report, right? So if you look at the report, the 9% sales growth, 17% sales growth on a 2-year stacked basis. Doubled innovation investment, introducing more than 250 new products, doubled e-commerce business over the past years to represent about 13% of sales. So the best in class engagement, they're just really good at, making the people the center of their product, right? So instead of telling people how great the product is and how great this is, they focus the product to be a part of somebody's life, right? So it's a deeper connection than just cleaning. And then, so they have a best safety record in modern history with a 0.26 recordable incident rate. Board of directors comprising 42% women and 38% people of color, and an executive team comprising 50% women. 76% of packing recyclables. Prove science-based targets and net zero commitment across scopes 1, 2, and 3. Nearly 20 million in product donations, company and foundation cash grants, and cause marketing. So cause marketing, that's like basically what Clorox surround themselves around. Oh, I'm running out of time. Okay, we have 3 minutes. And starting year for Clorox. Remain true to 3 operating principles as we navigated the past year: maximizing supply of products across our portfolio, putting people at the center, and leading with our values. So they also have the Ignite strategy. Or, how'd it go? So they have an Ignite strategy. It accelerates innovation in key areas of our business and integrates environmental, social, and governance priorities into our decision making.
Yeah, ESG is becoming a big deal. The CFA research challenge that our team won this year.
Yeah.
They now require ESG to be part of the presentation. It's like 9% of the presentation. That's brand new this year.
9% of the presentation.
So you probably want to think if you're going to put something on LinkedIn like this, you probably want to have an ESG section.
Yeah.
Part of this.
Environmental. Yeah. So they were saying they use packaging recyclables.
Yeah, those kind of things. All those things.
They have a good diversity rate as well. 50% of their executive team are women.
Yeah.
And then job categories, and then their Ignite strategy, right? So demonstrating, helping address world's most significant challenges. And by world's most significant challenges, I don't think they mean like they're going to conquer the world, but that they're going to introduce a product that is going to be marketable through like solving people's household problems. 4 highlights: healthy and inclusive communities. Purpose: foundation established a signature of health and security, which is base belief, health and wellness. 4 integrated. Okay, that's here. Yeah, and that's it for this. We're just gonna go over the real highlights.
Bloomberg, but for some reason.
Clorox.
Percentage of workforce.
Oh,
It's under the FA function.
FA function.
Clorox. Clorox and then Clorox and then function 8 or equipment and then F. Frank Albert.
Oh, FA.
See ESG out there. 8. Course has been coming up until this year. This year dropped, and it's because of the social side, but wellness. So it's women in workforce. They jumped to 51 last year and then back to 36 this year. That doesn't seem right. I don't know how I could switch that fast. Hire a bunch of women and then fire them all. That doesn't make sense. That seems to be the only thing that really dropped last year. So I don't know why.
Yeah, they dropped. Dang, 51 to 36.
The government score is really strong, so that's good. So yeah, you could say, their score has been good. it dropped somewhat last year because of their social score or something to do with women in the workforce, but it's, I mean, that number just, I don't know if that's, that 48, 49, 50 is the actual percentage of the women in the workforce, if that's like their score. Although that 41.8 on percentage of women in management looks about right.
Yeah, 40.
That's gotta be a strong score.
Mhm.
For some reason, they're weak on the social score. Environmental,
And just go to 56. And total energy
energy
use.
consumption is an issue, their waste is an issue.
And segments.
I don't know how they score these, if like on total waste, if that means their
Like
packaging.
compared to like the world or compared to the
Yeah, I don't know.
companies.
I don't understand the scores, because we never had to do with it.
This is brand new. The ESG.
Yeah, it's something that came up after I retired.
Maybe if I Google
But yeah, it's
ESG.
something to that one.
Then ratios. Turn on equity. Turn on assets. Capital. Let's
Internal equity, there's something going on with the book value, and that's what's causing.
EBITDA. Margin.
Their book value dropped dramatically this year. Lost money, so it's gotta be, you know, the cash flow statement, see if they bought a lot of stock back this year. They bought a lot of stock back, and that's why their net worth is so small. So their ROE and those kind of things are just overstated. They've been buying a bunch of stock back. You know, when you buy stock back, that makes your returns look really high, but it also makes you a riskier company.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, they did report that they invested.
Their credit rating is okay though, so it's not like getting downgraded.
Triple B's isn't it's like triple A and then
Double A, single, triple B,
triple
single,
B.
double, and triple like high quality, triple B is like medium quality, but a
Mhm.
lot of companies are triple B right now. So triple B is a perfectly fine rating.
Okay. Tax income.
Yeah, it's, I can't,
Minority
you know, the
interest.
relative value says they're expensive. If we do next week, do a actual discounted cash flow, we'll see if they look expensive that way.
Okay.
But the relative value, they do look a little expensive on the PE ratio and a little cheap on the price, the EV to sales. But they were real expensive a couple of years ago, and they've come back to more normal levels. So, not a dangerous time to buy them. It's not a great time. They're not real cheap. They're not.
Okay. Yeah. For next time, I think I'm gonna look more into the Bloomberg stats. You said it's something with their bookkeeping, right? I think
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna look into that. Their bookkeeping. That's why it's
Their
good.
book value.
Book value. Okay.
That's their net worth. The net worth dropped because they bought a lot of their stock back.
Oh.
And
Okay.
that's anything that divides by book value, like return on equity, return on capital is gonna look really high because since they bought a lot of the stock back, so they don't have much equity. So the return on equity just looks exaggerated.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a good reason for your ROE to go up because yeah, your ROE goes up because you have less EV, less equity, but you're also a riskier company, so you need a higher return rate. So kind of.
Yeah.
Right, so make sure you save the value one.
Mm. Let me put this in my.
The stuff you were just reading, that it was, I don't know if it was their annual report or what, but yeah, that's what you want in your bullets on the company. Where's the growth going to come from? So if they're actually new innovative products that might increase their sales, that's the definite thing to focus in on.
I think I'm gonna start like the intro to my analysis survey. So for the companies that they own, like the smaller companies, would that be in company overview?
The company did what?
So like the smaller companies that they own, like Hidden Valley and all that, would that be in the company overview or industry overview?
Company, yeah, it's
Company,
specific to Clorox. What did they have a subsidiary that's really large?
They just own like health and wellness brands, like small,
Okay.
smaller
Yeah, if
brands.
it's real small, you might ignore it. Depends how big it is.
I mean, they do own Hidden Valley Ranch, but that's
Yeah, that one was kind of strange. You might ignore that. I mean, you kind of mentioned. There's probably not a growth story there. That kind of, I don't really like that. I prefer firms that are really focused because that's kind of distraction. Hidden Valley might be something they sell off here.
Mhm.
I don't see the, hopefully there's not an overlap in those two processes. I don't like ranch dressing, so maybe that's why I don't like it.
It could be more. Okay. And for so we have, how many more weeks do we have of these classes?
I mean, what?
How many more weeks? till
Well,
second
12, 19, 2, maybe 3.
Okay, 2
You
minutes.
really want to get evaluation done so you can start putting it into some kind of a PowerPoint for the
Okay.
last 2 weeks, to summarize everything.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna take a look at the Bloomberg stuff, and I'm working on like just my notes, and then I'll simplify it.
Did you find anything on the DRC that we do?
The BRC.
I think we did that. Yeah, so the BRC are research reports, and there's some good ones out there from Barclays, and JP Morgan that you want to email to yourself. I think we did look at them last week because it shows
Quarks.
that I clicked on them last week.
This one?
What does it say? That looks like their annual report. No, it's in Bloomberg, it's under BRC,
Oh yeah, I think.
that last week. Tell any things to yourself last week?
Yes, I think that it was this. I
The
think
Barclays
I had
and
wrote
JP
it
Morgan?
in my notes.
Yeah, you definitely want to take through those are really more helpful. So it's Clorox on the right path to ignite growth. The timing is hard to predict, and that's from JP Morgan. You haven't emailed that to yourself.
Okay.
So yeah, just type in CLX. Update function. By BRC.
And then Brandy Corp class. Oh no.
I'll just sit in. BRC may not be available to us. So do the JP Morgan, the second one up there. We did it last week because you have it.
Mm.
It's telling me we don't have access, so. we may have to
Yeah, it
upgrade.
says not authorized for analysis report.
Yeah, that just happened this year. Wow. Barclays one, maybe you got it last week.
Yeah, it was
Did it
really
come
new.
up?
Barclays.
I saw something. Click on the Barclays one. Yeah, the Barclays ones work, so we might just have lost access.
Says not authorized for analysis report.
Clorox,
Mm-hmm.
less incremental or relative early in planning process, Clorox is not assuming it's going to cost. But yeah, you might want to email that to yourself. But that's the only other thing. Boy, it's kind of sad we lost access to JP Morgan. That's my favorite one. Let's bring up an older JP Morgan one. That's the kind of thing you want to be reading. What are other people saying about the company? You could steal some of your bullets from them and just quote them or put it into your own words.
When
Yeah.
I download it, it's
You
just
can just up at the top, there's a send button. Send, just type in your, send it, the send message and just type in your email.
okay.
And
Wait, it's,
Yeah, it should.
oh, message, okay. No, I think I can still access the JP Morgan one. I'm gonna try to send it to myself. It says not authorized, but pops up.
Well, it's send it to yourself, so I'm not sure why it's unauthorized, but it's allowing you to do it.
It's saying no.
I like that JP Morgan one better. It's like a more interesting one.
Mhm.
They write such long paragraphs, so I wish they would break it up a little bit more. But
Simplify,
you can
I
get
can
through all
do.
the long paragraphs. They do some really good analysis. Yeah, that one's really good.
Which one?
The one from that Barclays one. One you just, I mean, the JP Morgan one. You just. All right, good. So that's the kind of thing to read along with the annual report. And
Sounds
start
good.
thinking bullets, trying to get this down to 3 to 5 bullets. Say what's about this firm, and it's all focused on growth. Where's the growth going to come from?
Okay,
Good, good.
sounds good. Send this to myself. Sounds good. Thank you for this week.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
All around it. Never heard of it.
Yeah, I didn't hear about it, or I hadn't heard about it until yesterday when I read it. So I guess Target owns it, and it's like an advertising company, so you can use them to, I guess, connect with brands. So media reimagined by Target.
They sell, is this for businesses?
I believe so. Let's see results.
That kind of data.
Well, it says they've made. I don't know exactly what they've done or what they do, but it says they've made. Where is it? Close out. Oh, no, it's right here. So there's last year they made, I think, 1 billion, which was part of their revenue. And because they've kind of invested more into this, they've reduced their cost of goods sold too. And so they're expected to scale it to 2 billion over the next couple of years. And this will kind of increase their operating margin. That's what this says. I don't know how true that is. But
What about that next one? Did they own Ulta or?
no, so what they're doing is, so they're adding it to their stores, and they're building more stores with Ulta already in it. So they're planning on, it says, I think it was either this Target article or the next one, that they're planning on building 30 stores a year and then renovating 200. And so they're thinking that they're saying that results have shown that by putting Ulta, their sales per square foot goes from, I think, 400, let's see. Where did I read it? I think the sales per square foot would go up from, let's see. There's 2 Target articles I saved. It might have been the other one. Okay, it's this one. So
When they announced that,
huh?
when they announced that deal with Ulta.
The Ulta, let's see. I think they already have some with Ulta, so they had it in 2021, but I don't know when the first. See, it started in 2020, I believe. Target and Ulta.
Oh, I had no idea. So Target's definitely doing. Say it's a partnership.
So like basically it's gonna be, so you know how you go to like a Walmart and they have McDonald's inside?
Yeah.
It would be something like that. So it'd be a separate entity inside of the actual Target.
Now Ulta,
It's like a makeup.
so especially women probably
Mhm.
go in and they sit there what, for an hour or so, is it kind of, or do they actually walk around and shop for stuff? Well, I've never been in Ulta.
I think what they do is like you can do, if it's similar to the other makeup shops I gotten in, you can like go and try different stuff on and then purchase. So it's kind of like a Bath and Body Works where you try different scents and then you pick which one you like.
Okay,
So I'm assuming it would be something like that.
so it's not like a beauty parlor or whatever.
I mean, I think you can pay for them to do your makeup too,
Okay.
but I know most people just go there to actually buy makeup for themselves.
Yeah, Ulta's like Target and Ultimate, their stocks are real similar, they're both up a bunch the last few years. And then come sideways the last few months.
Okay, here's where it was. So Target expects, let me zoom in. Jesus. Yeah, Target expects to open 30 stores a year and remodel 200. And then they're 2 to 3 bigger than the original format. So I think they're making them bigger to fit that Ulta and then leave room for if any potential partnership in the future. And then it says these remodel stores could see a 2 to 4% sales lift in 1 year, in year one, and then 1 to 2% lift in year two. And then let's see.
So it's a lift coming from the revenue you're getting from Ulta for renting the space, there's a lift coming because more people are gonna go to Target to do Ulta and buy more stuff from Target.
I think it's a mix of both. I'm trying to find out which paragraph it mentioned this. I think it says here, right here, strong results so far from Ulta shops, lateral math. So Target's seeing a mid-teens lift in the total beauty category in stores. The Ulta shop and shop.
Yeah, that's interesting. So
Yeah.
Target sells stuff that Ulta also sells.
So I'm guessing they're seeing 2x the productivity. So this is where I saw it. So $850 in square foot versus a $635 for Ulta in fiscal year 2021. And they're seeing, so what does BIPS mean again? I know you're saying in class. Like,
Bips, basis points.
okay. So potential 15 to 20%.
So I mean, their gross margin goes from 30% to 30.2%, which is, any change in gross margin is pretty important.
Right.
Most companies, it doesn't change.
But I think what kind of made me interested in them is like coupled with the Ulta and their advertising business that they're seeking to grow.
Right.
I'm kind of interested in where that's going to take them.
No, that's exciting because
Yeah.
usually Target and Walmart just add stores,
Mhm.
but they're doing more than that. I'm not
And-
seeing a lot about online and stuff. but-
I saw something, let's see. Let me see if it was the other one, because I have two. So this is a JP Morgan, so I think it's a Deutsche.
Yeah, these are good. That's why these VRCs are so good because they know the details of these companies and what's important.
Okay, here. So alternate revenue streams. So she talks about Roundel,
Yeah.
leading traffic and driving retailer. They have a strong loyalty program.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the loyalty program.
Me neither. I don't know what loyalty they're promising.
The loyalty programs are great for revenue, but they also cost money because you got to give them something.
Right.
So you have to look at the net.
I'm sure the loyalty program is similar to like Macy's, where if you have the app, they give you exclusive coupons that you wouldn't get without being in it. I'm pretty sure it's nothing.
And so how much business is the drive?
Yeah.
Wow, interesting. Okay, I had no idea. Target is stepping out. And
And I think I'm trying to find out where I saw it talked about their online fulfillment. So like people who order curbside, how that's impacted their revenue since the pandemic.
Use Target.com in a while. Let's see. They somewhat have the advantage of Walmart in that they have a lot of physical stores.
Yeah, but they're a smaller business than Walmart, and I think the other comparative was either Costco or what's the other grocery store? It was something. I think it wasn't Kmart. I don't think Kmart's a thing anymore.
So they do have an online pickup and they have a delivery service. That costs. Be interesting to see how much of their revenue is curbside, how much is delivery. My
Right.
guess is probably still pretty small. Probably pretty dominated by groceries too.
Mm-hmm.
Most people are gonna buy decorations or clothes. You don't want to do curbside. You want to go in
And try it on.
But with food, yeah, just seeing the food. Depends, if I were buying a extension cord or batteries, that might be curbside.
Oh, and then it talks about their creation of their own clothing brand. So
Oh,
right here, let's see. So they have their own brands. So like it names Good and Gather, Favorite Day, Cat and Jack, Universal Thread. And
Women or men or both?
I'm pretty sure it's like a co-ed, or not co-ed, but what's the word? Unisex. So they have stuff for both men and women.
Yeah, that can be effective. You know, Kmart had their whole Martha Stewart thing, I think.
Mhm.
It, and the whole thing they had going for us for a while. I don't know. But not, they don't push their Target label. Or if they do, it's a different, it's not a Target, it's not called Target, it's got another.
You talking about that clothing brand? Yeah, it's called something different.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Like,
They have
it's
something
called-
called Goodfellow, is that?
Yeah, they have something called Good and Gather. I'm assuming Goodfellow would be for the men,
Okay.
and then women would be something.
They have something called Wall of Fable.
I'm pretty sure like these are just 4 of the ones they named. I'm pretty sure they have multiple other ones too. And then it talks about their sortation centers. So they're opening distribution centers, and I guess this will allow them to fulfill like digital orders faster. So that's kind of
How many of
interesting.
those do they have, where they located?
Let me see. It says
I mean, that's interesting, right, that they're gonna deliver directly from a fulfillment center rather than sending it to the Target.
To Target and then- it says they opened 2 in fiscal year 2021, and they plan to open 5 more in the next year and continue this for the next few years.
Yeah, so that doesn't, it's not gonna be close to many US households.
Yeah. Well, it's saying that this has allowed them to like decrease their digital fulfillment costs.
Yeah.
And they can see this in like this trend continuing in the next 3 years. And these sortation centers are basically a way for them to decrease their costs and increase their supply chain. And then let's see, and then just talks
Yeah,
about.
that's something you almost wanna sit down and just look at the math.
Yeah, is it
Where are they located and what are they?
right?
How do they impact the costs? I've never, I hope they did the word sortation, because I've never seen that word.
Sortation?
Yeah, is that a Target word?
Isn't that-
a new word?
Isn't that what they call the Amazon ones too?
Sortation, I've never heard that before, all right. So
I might be wrong. I mean, it sounded like
I'll type
super.
sortation and see.
Yeah.
Looks like it's yeah, it does say that for Walmart and Amazon and Target.
I think
Sortation center, never heard the term.
that's what they do. So when you order an Amazon order, it's funny. I just got a notification that my order was delivered.
Yeah.
But I guess when you order it, so you know how you order Prime, and it will tell you you can order this by now and get it in the next like couple hours. I don't know if you've ever done. So I think what they do is you order it, and then if the sortation center has it, they sort it and then put it in a certain truck that will be going to the route of your house, which allows them to do it faster.
Now, how does Target deliver? Do they use?
That's a good
Uber
question.
or
I'm pretty sure.
DoorDash or something?
I want to say,
Or their own delivery?
well, it depends on delivery of what. So if you're talking about groceries, then that might be different than like clothing, because I'm pretty sure clothing and probably just use UPS.
Well, groceries should probably come from the store, not from
Right.
the sortation center.
Let's
That's
see.
interesting. All right, well, these are all point, I mean, you're looking at
It delivers with,
top line kind of things, you're
Mhm.
looking at efficiency kind of things, productivity, asset turnover. You know, it's hard to say all this is gonna work, but they're certainly not sitting on their hands, they're certainly
Right.
being aggressive, so.
have you heard of Instacart?
I've heard of that, yeah.
I think that's what they use for the groceries. So you order through, so let me see, let me act like I'm.
Instacart actually delivers stuff, I've heard them as a company.
Yeah, so what they do, so Instacart's like a DoorDash, but for
Okay,
grocery delivery. How did it go to Walmart? I typed in Target.
Mine comes up for HEB.
Let's see, same day delivery. So let me just,
I've used DoorDash before. I haven't tried Instacart though.
I don't think it's, well, if you're like healthy and able, I don't think it's worth it. It's like, have you heard of Favorite? Like the delivery for HEB, yeah, it's the same concept. I'm guessing that Instacart probably pays more.
In this gig economy, it's just,
Yeah, but Favor's only in Texas, and Instacart is,
well, I have to experiment with some of these. I love DoorDash, the website is really easy to use.
yeah,
And it's becoming my go-to for gift cards.
to give to people.
Yeah, it's a little more personal than just giving them a gift card.
Mhm.
And they probably wouldn't have spent it on food if I hadn't given them DoorDash, so now they have an excuse to, you know,
Order
treat themselves
DoorDash, yeah.
versus just
So you could be-
spending on bills.
You could be contributing to a bad habit.
Yeah. But they like it, especially those with families. It's like, oh, they
Yeah.
have this DoorDash, it's just order food. I had one friend that sent her DoorDash, and they use it on their family vacation to Orlando. They just say DoorDash in the hotel, so they don't have to go out with all these screaming kids.
Right.
Ah, interesting. All right, boy, you got me more interested in Target. I think it's real important in this industry that they're innovative, they're
Yeah.
stepping out and doing some stuff. That's really good. All right, interesting. You got me interested in Instacart too.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. I think there's Instacart.
I mean, it's kind of the, Peter Lynch approach, even if though I may not need these services, I should just try them.
Right.
So I understand the company a little better, so I probably need to have DoorDash deliver to me rather than just giving me gift cards and try Instacart.
And they're shipped too, which is the same thing.
And part of what you're trying to figure out is the impact on their costs. So
Mhm.
who's paying for those delivery costs?
Is it the
If I use
customer?
Instacart, I assume that I'm paying for all of that,
Mhm.
and that Target's just benefiting, buying from them.
I would assume that they would give them a percentage of like the sale. Cause they're kind of leasing them out to promote this delivery service. So they would have to give them some sort of compensation for them to even advertise it. I would
Yeah, I know,
assume.
listening to the business breakdown for Chipotle, the DoorDash costs were pretty significant
They're high.
for
Mhm.
Chipotle.
Let's see, delivery service.
But if I use DoorDash, I assume I'm paying 100%. I don't know if DoorDash still gets a percent from the restaurant.
My question is the cost the same if the customer goes through Target or
Yeah.
through the actual Instacart app?
Yeah, Target wants you to use Instacart because they do pick up the cold
Mhm.
delivery costs, and that's pretty interesting. Or if there's still some sharing in the costs, yeah. I need to go out and start experimenting.
It can be pretty pricey though.
Yeah, that's why I would just experiment.
Yeah. So why do when I type in Target, Walmart comes up first? It's a
Walmart's paying Google more money than Target.
probably, yeah. Let's see, Target corporate. Let's see. They just opened in New York Times Square.
Yeah, I've noticed them in New York. For some reason, in Times Square, New York will take a Target but not a Walmart.
Zero Energy Store. So they're
Their
following this.
ESG, you can look at their ESG on Bloomberg.
Okay, so here they talk about. I think that'd be cool if they were to open like an Apple store inside of Target. Be kind of pricey though.
Yeah, that would be an interesting.
Or maybe they could even do like a Bath and Body Works to kind of go with the Ulta B to kind of stay in that lane. That would be interesting.
Oh, you have to be careful though, because if you start selling stuff that
Isn't
you also
yours?
sell,
Right.
like Bed Bath, might be- they sell a lot of pillows and that kind of stuff as well, so you're kind of competing with.
No, not Bed Bath, just Bath and Body Works, like the scents.
Oh,
Like
okay,
the-
Bed Body or whatever.
There's two.
And there's still
different-
some overlap there. They have to be careful they don't cannibalize their own business.
Yeah, that's facts. Let's see. And then it talks about Roundel. So I guess what Roundel does is you go to them and you ask for advertising. And I guess they advertise your company on the Target website.
Oh,
I think that's what it sounds like.
I can't test that one. I don't have anything to advertise. Let me look at Target's website and see.
And it talks about their same day fulfillment services have grown 400%. And this is contributing to half of the $13 billion growth.
Yeah, I don't know if they're advertising on their site. I don't see that. Yeah, I'd be curious for Brown though. That's kind of a departure for them. Why they did that? Did they buy another company or they expand with their?
I feel like that's interesting, man. I don't know if they made Rondo, maybe Rondo was a company they purchased. I think,
Yeah.
yeah.
Usually on stuff like that, it's something they're doing themselves. And they say,
Right.
wow, we could sell this to other people.
I mean, the logo is, I mean, they could have changed the logo too, but the logo is just a Target logo with different colors. So
Yeah,
let's see, where is
I
it?
just don't see where advertising on Target's websites.
See. Target hires Google retail exec to head media business.
That's good.
Rondo and Disney team up on media offering for advertisers. Okay. So they're partnering with Disney TV advertisers. So they rebranded. No.
ROUNDAL?
EL.
Yeah. Oh, there's none.
Oh, Trey. So for our thing, we decided we're gonna work on Target.
Target, okay, I kind of got.
Yeah, my bad. I should have told you. I don't know how. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with Target.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Brandon says, we place your brand only in positive, relevant environments from our premium employer of top publishers. What all that means, interesting, okay. All right, that seems like a departure, but $1 billion is a lot of money for a Walmart. It's not immaterial.
I mean, they're saying that they're trying to rival Amazon's media business, which I don't know.
Yeah, and yeah, Facebook's doing that too. I think they're saying that we got this platform, a lot of people come to us, they like us, why don't we leverage this and get some
Right.
more revenue somehow? So you gotta be careful you don't go too far. Oh, now I'm getting emails from Target.
Do you put your email in there?
I'm getting emails from Target, even
Oh.
though I didn't give them my email account. So somehow Google knows what I'm doing.
And they also have the Starbucks, but I don't know how the Starbucks, how much that really helps them.
Target or it's round.
Target has Starbucks, like
Oh,
inside
Starbucks
the
and
actual store.
Target.
Yeah.
Well, they probably drive some, it's probably more people.
But do you think people go to Target and they're like, oh, let me go Starbucks and then go shop?
Yeah, it probably helps Starbucks more than Target.
Yeah.
I had gone to Walmart because of the Subway, but I never buy anything from Walmart. I'm just looking for a Subway that's convenient.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it probably doesn't, but they're probably making revenue off the rentals, so they're getting something. It's the kind of thing where they're giving space to Starbucks that they could use to put their own merchandise in.
Right. So they have to
There's
weigh
always a give up on
the
that.
opportunity cost.
They just build their stores a little larger and they add those in. There's probably, you think about some of these companies, real estate's a big part of their business.
Like
They're more real
McDonald's.
estate companies than they are. That's kind of the argument with McDonald's. Interesting. Okay, I'm learning a lot. One thing I just discovered, I think it's really cool. Can you get into Bloomberg?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just discovered this by accident. I don't know if you've ever seen this, but. Just type TGT. Get your F function or click on the company. EGG and the F8 function. And then type ESG. Never seen this page before, but it's really interesting.
Environmental
So
social.
their environment, at the very, very top, it says their environmental better versus history and better versus peers. On social, they're not as good as peers. You kind of tell where they're.
When they say social, what does that mean?
That's hiring practices, minority hiring,
Okay.
employee turnover, those kind of things. And in governance is where they're the weakest. Board age range, they score really low. I don't know, it's hard for me to tell where they score low, but it's an interesting page, right? I'm not an ESG person, but it's something you always want to have. CFA research team that won this year,
Mhm.
they're requiring ESG now, it's like 9% of the score. So anything you put on LinkedIn, you probably want to add an ESG component to it. It's gonna be more and more important. But Bloomberg does a great job here. I've never seen this. They have another ESG that's not quite like this, but this is interesting.
It says their total CEO comp is worse than, does this mean 8.5 million? Or 8.5 M? Is that like a metric?
Are they saying they're overpaying their management?
It looks like it's saying it's increased over time, but maybe it's just less than the rest of the industry.
Yeah, well, that would give them points. I think overpaying management would be bad.
But I did read that they're investing more in their partners, I guess the people that work for them, so their employees, so that like they talk about the minimum wage increase and then the tuition payment.
I don't think that's probably under the social. but
Right.
I don't see anything in there. Their employee turnover obviously would be part of that. I think they would have high turnover, but not as high as a Walmart, but probably higher than a Costco. Well, I'm gonna see how Costco scores on social. But high on that.
This is the median CEO comp is 16.6. Yeah, this is in millions. But
Yeah, it's not thousands.
yeah, I think M is millions.
But yeah, I just don't know what that means. So. It's like really good information. I just don't know what it means because I'm not an ESG person.
So it's saying the median is 16.6 and the highest is 22.6. So I guess they are overpaying for their CEOs then.
We're at 19.8.
And the median is 16.6.
So it's 3.1 above the median, but below the high.
Right.
That's the W for worse. You get W for the board age range. I wonder what that means.
I guess they're
Click on all
old.
these things.
When I hover over it, it gives me more detail. It says indicator is worse from ESG's perspective compared to peers. So saying the median board is 24 and theirs is 14. So is it 14 years on? Because I know it's not 14 years of age. Is it 14 years on the board?
What says age? I don't think it would say age.
Age range, so the highest and the lowest person. The range, the difference.
So why
in
is that
age.
bad? Because they're saying 14 is too narrow.
I mean, I'm assuming because on the chart, it shows that the median is 24. It says they're 10 worse than that. So I'm guessing they would rather you have a higher age rate, which is, I mean, I guess to show that you're being,
Replacing your old.
yeah, or to show that you're kind of indifferent to philosophies that differ in age. I don't know.
That's their only two weaknesses. Don't have employee turnover at all.
And it
Wow,
says,
it's really interesting. Wow. I guess completely found them by accident. So that might be something you could add in. Well, reading a pretty good story here. So the last things you want to do are valuation.
Okay.
On valuation, there's two types of valuation. There's relative. Have you done the relative valuation yet?
I don't
I
think
can
so.
send you the file. Let me send you the file on Trey. I don't think I have your name. Let's see.
Is it an Excel file?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trey, what's your email?
It's trey.amaya@my
So
Trey,
okay.
yeah, dot Amaya, that's gonna be AMAYA. USA.edu.
All right, so I'll forward this to you. I need to load it. It may take a while to get there because it's a big file. But the relative valuation, I've got one file that does the whole thing, so that makes it really fast.
So what's the other type? Is it absolute valuation?
Well, yeah, it's a discounted cash flow.
Okay.
I think it's probably a couple of times to do that. We're doing it in Dante's class right now. So he'll see it, but it may not be in time for what we're doing here. But yeah, if you get that file, I've got to leave here in about 5 minutes, but if you get the file and can load it, then I can walk you through it. It's pretty easy to do. Built it from my screw analysis class. But it works. It's got everything you need all in one place.
If I should buy Target for myself, because I feel like maybe I should do the little regression thing and see if they're over or undervalued. Maybe that'll help.
Well, that's your model. Yeah, you can see that. This relative value will help you as well.
Okay. How do you figure out what you invest in for yourself?
I tend companies that have just sold off a bunch, where I think the market's overreacted. I tend to be, I want to buy something that's crashing, like Facebook. I bought Facebook around 190 to see it reacted. Sometimes, I'll listen to a lot of podcasts. See that story, I'll go look and see how much I have to pay for it. It doesn't look overly expensive. So like DoorDash, I'm really excited about DoorDash, but it just seems way too expensive to me. So I just couldn't do it.
Gotcha. I'm thinking about.
So I'm indexing with buying some stocks here and there based on.
Have you ever heard of Postmates, right? You ever heard of Postmates? So basically, Uber bought them, but you know how Uber has Uber Eats?
Yeah.
Postmates was like an Uber Eats before Uber started Uber Eats.
In a particular location or?
Well, they had just started, so they weren't in major cities, but I guess by the time Uber had bought them, they were in pretty much every major city. But I don't know because Postmates is still an app, like you can still use it, but I don't know why Uber Eats bought them.
Well, let me just think.
Or maybe they bought them, let's see. Well, it's not a website anymore. Oh no, it is Postmates, which is weird. So Uber bought them, but I don't understand. I guess to get rid of competition, maybe.
Yeah. If that's the only reason, the federal government will probably. Got that file yet?
Oh, you sent it on my email?
Yeah, I sent it to you. Both of y'all emails. If you saw it.
I haven't gotten it yet. You sent it to my personal email?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now that being.
You can send it to my school.
Yeah, like Uber is not doing well with DoorDash, but they seem to be doing well with Uber Eats in Europe.
Well, because I think because I did that for my business breakdown for the application.
Yeah.
I think what they were saying was they do better internationally because I guess it's managed better and there's not as much competition overseas. So and it lowers their costs because the living wage there might be less than what they have to pay an Uber driver over here. So
Yeah, so the UK making these drivers employees is.
like
I think I might get you to resend it to me just because I just get it this time.
I didn't get it either.
Well, it takes a while because it's a massive.
Oh, it's a big file.
So it's probably coming. It's just because I didn't get an error message that it didn't send. Well, maybe we can do it next week because it's run. But
Okay.
yeah, if y'all can get it, if y'all don't get it, let me know and I'll send it again.
Okay.
I'll keep my.
But we can run that like in 10 minutes. It's real fast. And the evaluation, we can do that. All right, great.
Excellent.
All right, so you guys are interested? I don't know if I'll go out and buy a Target or not. We'll see.
I mean, I would say they're relatively, I wouldn't say cheap, but I think they're priced lower than most of the other things. $215, it's not terrible.
Well, it's the PE is the key. 15 PE, that's not too bad. That's cheaper than Walmart. So we'll look at it. That's what I'll do with the relative value and see how they're pricing versus the competitors.
So P, to remind myself, that means for every dollar in earnings, this is how much you would get
You have to pay $15
to get $1 in earnings. Okay.
But their EV to sales is gonna be more important, so we'll have to look at that. They'll look expensive to Walmart on EV to sales, or they better. That's the reason I don't like Costco right now, because Costco should be really cheap on EV to sales because the gross margins are so thin.
Mhm.
And you did that in your model, you had gross margin, but you also adjusted for, I mean, you had EV to sales, but you adjusted for gross margin.
I wonder what
That's gonna be key,
Costco,
But we're gonna look at is not where they're trust, where they're trading, but where they're trading versus their history.
right.
So that's gonna be the key.
Why does Costco have gas? I still don't get it. If it makes them no money, I guess
Well, they're hoping.
that you'll get gas. Like,
Lost leader to get people.
yeah, true.
It's, people are, you go to, you're anywhere near Costco, you're like, well, we might as well pick up 8 gallons of contact sauce. It's like, we're here, you might as well do something.
Do you know of any companies that have fall internships?
What?
Fall internships? Like
There are
something-
here in town, yeah, but you probably have to get them in the summer and then they'll extend it.
Right.
Yeah. But they've all hired for this summer, so. it's
Yeah.
probably too late. All right, good
So
job.
when is a good time to start with?
Updated version. Okay, so we left off right here. I know I added these right here to send you. This is just like a gut check, honestly, to see if the physical occupancy is pulling correctly, and we'll see if it is, if this all reconciles with our inputs and drivers tab. So now we can see that it is because it's growing on a yearly basis. We will know if it's wrong if it grew right in year 2 or if it grew in month 2. So to do our utility reimbursements, it's what we call a rub in real estate. So we're gonna do another index match function.
All right, see if I can figure it out.
So, but for the first one, since we can't really do much, we're just gonna pull this from the inputs and drivers tab first. So we'll go to our, you gotta go up. Go to our in place. Pull this, and we're gonna divide by 12 because it's a monthly basis. And then we can just copy this down. Let me know if I need to slow down. Are we in the same spot?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, next, what we're gonna have to do, this is so since utility reimbursements and other revenue, we're assuming that they're growing every year and not on a monthly basis. We're gonna go ahead and do an index match function to see how much of these are gonna grow. And we're gonna do a check as well, a sanity check to ensure that everything's working correctly. So we can do an index match function. So index, we're gonna go to our inputs and drivers tab to take our revenue growth. Go ahead and lock this. We're also going to match. We're going to go back to our model tab. Since we're growing it on a yearly basis, we want to make this our, oh, did I do this backwards?
we want to pull it from the year, not the month, because if we were to take it by the month, we'll be getting a 3% growth rate every single month. And that just wouldn't make any sense because soon you'll plateau. I think we talked about this in class. A company can't continuously grow. They're going to plateau somewhere similar to this. So we're going to take it by the year. Let's move it like that. Our lookup array is going to be our revenue assumptions, which is our year. This is, I put it out to 11 years on accident when I sent you this model. So that's why the numbers are different from last few classes, but still doesn't really make a difference if we do it right. And we want an exact match. And so right here, it's showing 0. So what we're gonna do here, what we have to do is we're gonna have to do 1 plus the index match. And then we're gonna say, we're gonna multiply this by saying for Excel to understand that there's a change in years. So we're going to go up to the year tab. So the year that we're on right now, there's no change in the year before. Then we're going to multiply this by the previous utility reimbursement cash flow. And I always do this incorrectly because it needs this many. And then we're going to make sure we're locking our columns, not our rows. And there you go. And we'll see if this is correct. If this is pulling correctly, we'll see it grow right here. And another sanity check to see if this is pulling correctly as well. Are you caught up on this right here? Cool. And so once you start dragging that out to year 2, it should work if this grows by 3% right here. Now, another sanity check that I like to do is I'll pull it out one more time just to see if it's going to grow or not. And since it's not growing, that means our model is flowing correctly. And now since our utility and reimbursement are the revenue are in the same place, thanks to Excel, what we can do is go to our model tab and just copy this. Should work. And we will find out if it works again. If it doesn't grow in year 2, month 2. Cool. Questions on that?
It's the times, it's the one formula I'm just not, never seen before, is the times
Yeah.
J4
Let's see.
does equal right, 4.
Where did I put that at?
It's
Oh, right
like
here.
no, it's 26, J26.
Oh, this one, it's just saying that there's no change, or Excel wants to see when this year is going to change. Just because you say 1 year, that's the reason why we do this. Because typically up here, a lot of people like to go on a yearly basis. But since we're dealing with a cash flow model where it's like, it's a multifamily unit, we're renovating units, 13 units every month. So we want to make sure this is on a monthly basis. So we're saying there's no change just yet, but when there is, increase it by 3%.
Yeah, but no change, that's why I was seeing that. So the times J doesn't equal, what does it do? Guys, look at the year the month that it.
Yeah, well, so look, this is what we're gonna do right here. So we'll start right here to see if this is when this changes. So we're gonna do the growth assumption. So this minus this divided by this. So 0% growth. Once you start pulling it out, see, we just make these percentages. We'll know that's correct when this grows in year 2, the first month. So 3% right here.
So it's saying 1 plus the index, and that's gonna be 3. match model. Well, the first year you're gonna put a 0. Right, so it's taking year 1. Increase in year 1 is 0. Boy, I don't get the times U4 less than or equal to less than or not equal to T4. Just never seen it before.
Yeah, it's more of a manual, if you don't want to use like a nested if, because it could get very tricky. Something that I believe that we can do as well, if you want to use that type of function. So we can go ahead and just,
Well, you're asking if it doesn't change, you want it to be 0. So it's saying
right, yes,
if those
exactly.
are equal, it's just going to ignore it. What is that function telling you? So if those two are equal, because that's the one we have here, the first one. They are equal. And because it is equal, what does it multiply by? Multiplies by 0 then?
Right. Well, it's
Makes
really,
it 0?
yeah, so it'll make it 0, and then once we pull from right here, that's when it's saying it's going to grow, because we have year 2 and year 1 right there. And then if we, another sanity check as well, that I like
So
to do.
if I took that out of the function and wrote it 3% immediately, doesn't matter on that one because it's 0% anyway. I just have never ever seen that before.
It's turned to 1 the whole time.
All right, so
check that out.
So that times, boy, the times that is essentially telling you if you, so if that is, if it is true, if they are equal, it's equal. Anytime you have that function, it just uses 0, if that's what that.
Think
One
validate
times.
like this. If we take this away, it would just equal 1, because 1 times 1. I think these are right here. Yeah, these. So right here, the years, I formatted them. So
Yes.
if you take away this, it's going to equal 1. If you take away that, the timing trigger. Now, once you finally put it on there, then it should solve everything and grow at the right rate.
Last week. I understand the match. Well, I don't remember what, you did something like that last week. I
Yeah.
can see what it's doing, I've just never done that before. So if what's in the box is true, it's gonna give you a 0.
Right.
If it's not true, it's gonna give you, I guess, a 1.
Yep. So to go on, we're basically finished. Now it's all about adding. And so in order to get your total other revenue, we're going to go ahead and add our total rental plus our utility reimbursement and our other revenue. Go ahead and drag this across. You can either use Control R, Control V, Alt ESF, whatever you feel comfortable with. In order to get our total income, that's our total rental income plus our total other revenue. Checks, if you're looking at a T12, it's just saying, okay, it's including our rent bumps, all that. You checked this already last class to see if this is pulling correctly by taking our net effective rent.
Wait, how'd you get your full income?
So our total income is our total rental income plus our total other revenue.
Why aren't you counting the other revenue? Isn't that just the 4 and the 2? Counting the 162 twice.
Oh, right. I did mess that up. So it should be just the sum of these. Sure why I did that. Ensuring that these are
All right.
going correctly.
Boy, that's interesting. I was trying to, I use the if function to say if these two are equal, then use 0, otherwise use 1, but you're showing that's much simpler than that. So,
Yeah, I always like to think about that one as like, if you want to do it manually without using the if statement or if function.
yeah, I didn't know Excel did that. Yeah, that's really interesting. All right, good.
And then what I wanted to do as well is I have to send this to me very quickly, but my laptop wants to start freezing.
Okay.
Just want to do, so we're gonna do a little bitty exercise. It probably take 5-10 minutes, honestly. As we've seen in this, we use the index match function a lot. And that's something that we talked about pretty heavily in our first 3 classes. So I just want to make sure that we're good on that. So we're going to go over that one more time. Go ahead and CC you on this. These are some pretty good exercises that Wall Street Prep gives out. Also, what I sent you, it gives you an Excel practice sheet, Excel shortcuts for Windows, Excel 2010 shortcuts, 2013, Excel Mac settings if you have a student who unfortunately uses a Mac for finance. There's those shortcuts as well as the settings. Look at the Lambda exercises and the X lookup. I know that's something that you're pretty interested in when I first talked about it. And it looks like they finally added it to Excel. So open the Excel practice sheet. The lookup and references tab. So we're going to start with our H lookup. So it's our horizontal with the match. And so in order to do this, there's a function in Excel, as we all know, H lookup. We're going to take our lookup value, which is going to be, oh, yes. No, I'm not. Yeah, no, I just had this open right here, just because it's updating. Sheet Excel. Cool. You can see this? Cool. So we're just going to get through these little sections right here, H lookup, V lookup. I guess possibly offset with match. This one's pretty confusing in my opinion. But
yeah, I've used offset, but that's start from scratch every time I do it.
yeah. So we'll just fill all these out. So to start with the H lookup, Excel has an H lookup function. So you just type in H lookup, hit tab. And what we're trying to find is our gross profit in our exit year, which is 12/31/2016. So our lookup value for this is going to be our exit year right here. And we're going to take our table array, which is going to be this entire little data right here. So once you're right there, we want to start matching because one, we're doing an H lookup match. So what we want to find now, we want to match this to our gross profit now. Our lookup array now is going to be right here, B5 through B14. I guess we'll go ahead and log these just for practice. Then it's going to give us 3 options. Do we want to find the largest value, one that's less than, or do we want an exact match? In this case, we want an exact match because we want to know what our gross profit was in year 2016. So we're going to click tab, so go down, click tab, close this. You can see that this is correct. if we look at our gross profit, 2016, you can also do an if function if this equals this. Click OK. If not, let's check it. And so it's okay. And let's go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and lock this just so we can copy it down. So if we do get something wrong, it's gonna tell us to check it. And right now these are telling us to check because one, we don't have anything in here. You all good on that one?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna go on to our VLOOKUP. So VLOOKUP, Excel has a very powerful tool. And so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna look for our gross profit. We're gonna use this in our table array, same thing as we did in HLOOKUP, but now we're looking for gross profit first. Oops. We're gonna go ahead and match this as well with our lookup value of our exit year and our array of the years. We want exact match. Want an exact match. Oh, I always forget to do this. We got to finish this. Oh. So that's okay, it's fine. Now to do our offset, which is the one that I tend to struggle with, but doing this one multiple times, I kind of understand it now a little bit, just to an extent, just with this little format right here. So the offset, it's another key function in Excel. What it does is it returns a reference to a range that is given number of rows and columns for a given reference. So what we're going to do is we're going to be referencing this. What is it? So offset referencing this row because we're going to be pulling this. So it's the rows right here. Remember correctly. Hopefully I get it right the first time because I spent multiple hours working on this. Oh, no, I need to do this first. I need to match this. So we're going back to our match function. So we want to now look up our gross profit. Then we're going to finally take our row. On an exact match. And then we're gonna subtract 1 to this because we pulled from out of the blue. And then we're gonna match as well. Exit year. Our lookup array should be, I believe it's this, if I'm not mistaken. We should want an exact match, of course, because we're looking for a specific line item in a specific year. 0 minus 1. Cool. Oh, good. Okay. So I'll leave this up here, or I'll just do formula text. Formula text is also a pretty powerful tool in Excel, especially if you don't know what something's doing and you want to just like look at it from right there. I usually do the formula text everywhere when I'm studying, of course, as well. There we go. It just makes it a bit easier if going straight into the tab and then actually just copying all of this.
Right. Yeah. I do that too.
Yeah. So formula text is a good one to use because you can just copy it all the way down.
I do that when I want to cut something, but I want to.
Oh, what is it doing?
Apostrophes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's working still. Yep, and then index match, our favorite, the one that we use a lot. So what we do is we take index and we are going to take our whole array first, because that's what it wants us to do. We're gonna match this with our gross profit, what we're looking for. And we're gonna say, okay, let's look in all of these rows or column B for gross profit. Then we want an exact match because we don't want anything other than gross profit. We don't want pre-tax profit, net profit, anything like that. So hit tab, close this. We're gonna do another match because we still have to find the date. So we're gonna take this and right here, do out. And we want an exact match again. Oh. Go, close parentheses, bam, everything's working.
So you're doing index. The index is column in row. That's just the way the index is set up.
It's row then column.
Yes. I mean, column as in, it's in column B. Yeah, I meant that, but okay, all right.
Cool. And then choose, it's not something that I typically use a lot. It's something that they had me do in my training for my internship prep. So I was like, why not teach the class this? It's free game at the end of the day. So let's go ahead and do it. So choose is another function, and what it says it does, it chooses a value or action to perform from a list of values based on an index number. So how we do this is, let's just follow it. So we find, well, first we need to match it as well because we need to find our gross profit and our exit year. And choose won't just simply do that. It'll take a very long time because I'll have to take every single value in here if I were to find it. So the match helps mitigate that issue. So do our match. We're going to look for our exit year first through this array. So we can just take it through right here and right there. So our years, right? We want an exact match for our year. Tab, we want to close this. And now this is where it can get a bit tricky. It's a lot of manual inputting. So that's why I don't really like to use it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take our gross profit C8. So it's very inefficient tool to me because say if you have a large set of data, are you really gonna go in there and really try to figure out, okay, what is this gross profit? Although we know where gross profit is, it's in the income statement. So that's a key thing. But if you're really trying to figure out like say if these are going for months and you want to find a certain year, this would take a very long time because you see what I'm doing. I'm just inputting every single value throughout here.
You change the word gross profit to pre-tax profit. It's not gonna work.
Right. And then you close this and that should work. So bam.
Yeah, because we changed gross profit to net profit. The other four work. The last one doesn't. Yeah, that one doesn't.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
it's a very inefficient tool, just in my opinion.
Changing the date works, but changing the.
Right. Yeah.
All right, interesting. I'll say this. Yeah, I use the H and V lookup a lot and match. I'm starting to use it a little more often. I only used offset once, and it worked really, really well, but it was so cumbersome
Mm-hmm.
that every time I loaded the files, like I was learning it all over again. It worked really well in building a graph, but I didn't know how many rows there were.
Yeah.
So we just stop the graph once I ran out of data, so then, it would automatically update my graphs.
Yeah, I need to study a bit more on offset just in case if I ever do run into that, I would understand what to do with this. But I like to look at these a lot, especially if I'm going to do a model possibly. I know I have this tool as a reference just in case, like, okay, it's just good practice at the end of the day.
Great worksheet for people to get ready for interviews.
Exactly.
You got a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, we should make this available. Yeah, really good.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's all I had today. Glad we got to get through this.
There are two methods of constructing a statement of cash flow, the direct method and the indirect method. Both methods yield the same end results, but the direct method provides information that is not available in the income statement and balance sheet. Unfortunately, the direct method can only be created by the accounting department of the firm itself. Thus, an outside user of accounting information must use the indirect method. For this reason, we will never be able to duplicate the details of the statement of cash flow that are published in the annual reports or filings for the SEC. Instead, we have to create our own version of the indirect method. While creating a statement of cash flow presents a lot of difficulty to many people, once they get it, it is quite simple. We're going to analyze changes in each of the asset and liabilities account to see what growth change in each occurred during the year, where we spent money and where we got money from. There are only two exceptions: the cash account, the change in cash in what the statement of cash flows is calculated, and the retained earnings account. The change in retained earnings is taken into consideration by looking at the net income and dividends of the firm. Remember, the relationship between retained earnings is ending retained earnings equals beginning minus retained plus net income minus dividends. Okay, operating activities. Oh, well, the statement of cash flow is divided into three parts: the operating activities, investing activities, and financing activities. Operating activities. This section itself is divided into two sections. The first part relates to the cash flows that occur from selling accounts and services after taking into account all the expenses related to the generation of these sales revenue. First, we simply copy the net income from the income statement. This represents the profits that are available to the firm. In cell C90 of the financial worksheet of the spreadsheet, you should have the equation equals C45, which is the net income for 2007. There we go. This cell can then be copied all the way across to M92. And we drag it. We could have done this at the end, but we're doing it right now. To the net income, we next want to add back the depreciation expense and amortization, since this is a non-cash expense. The sum of the net income and non-cash expenses is referred to as operating cash flow. The equation will be entered in C92, but we gotta enter, oh wait, I put it in the wrong row. Let me see. And then equal the depreciation. Let me scroll up. Sure. And then drag it. Oh yeah. I don't think it's in dollars either. The second half of the operating activities section of the statement of cash flow is entitled Working Capital and represents the fact that the income statement is based upon accrual accounting and we want cash flows. Thus, we need to look at changes of non-cash current assets and current liabilities that are directly related to operations. Accounts receivable. In order to calculate the change in accounts receivable, we need to have both a beginning balance sheet and an end balance sheet. Thus, if we had not been provided with the balance sheet for 2006, we would not be able to create a statement of cash flows for the year 2007. The calculation of the statement of cash flows would have to start at 2008, where the 2007 balance sheet could be used as the beginning balance sheet. Here is where split screen is very convenient. You would want to make sure that row 90 is in the middle of the screen. Let's go up.
Split screen, but I should.
I didn't know how to work it on this computer, but
Yeah, I get confused with split screen, but yeah, I can see the value of it, yeah.
okay, oh yeah, in cell C97, we want to take the difference from the beginning accounts receivable balance in B55 to the, let's see, where's B55?
Yeah, so it's minus prior year plus current year. If it's an increase, you want a negative number there. Plus B minus C if you want to. Yeah,
Oh.
B55 minus C55, yeah. There it decreased, so it actually increased your cash. So yeah, that's
Oh, what did I do? The one to go to this button. And then drag it. There we go. Then the result is a positive amount of just over 1.1 million, shows we have collected a 1.1 million of receivables in addition to the sales for the year. Had the amount been negative, it would indicate we did not collect all the sales booked for the year. Inventory. Now we want to do the same for inventory. Since inventory on the balance sheet is immediately below accounts receivable, we just copy this one down. Then drag down and then.
or you can copy. That's a good thing. A lot of finance teams can't do this. It's a good thing. They actually test us on part one to see things. You know?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Since the inventory, notice that the negative character of the number shows that we purchased almost 350,000 more in inventories than we sold. As with inventories, the easy way to calculate the cash flow from prepaid expenses is to just copy the preceding equation down one cell. In this case, we obtain a positive number. Let me try it down as well. Which shows of 85,000, which shows that 85,000 of expenses on our income statement have previously been paid. Remember to reformat cells so that we can copy them later. Accounts payable. Having completed the non-cash current assets, we now need to consider the operating current liabilities. This includes accounts payable and accrued income and other taxes of the company, but not the bank revolver and the current portion of long-term debt. Both the bank revolver and the current portion of long-term debt are related to financing decisions and not our day-to-day operations. Accounts payable is related to our day-to-day purchase and sales of inventories, while accrued income and other taxes is tied to generating profits, withholding payroll taxes from employees, etc. Remember that we need to reverse our equation when we're dealing with liabilities, as opposed to what we did in asset accounts. For accounts payable, it should be equal C. The number C 69 minus B 69, and then drag. The minus, the minus 793,000 shows that we paid down the amount owed to suppliers from 2.6 million to 1.86 million, a large outflow of cash. Accrued income and other taxes. Now copy the equation to C100. To get the change in accrued taxes, the positive figure of almost 350,000 shows that we have probably not paid all of the income and employee withholding taxes that we expensed in the income statement for 2006. The total working capital should be summed in cell 102. So.
You know, one thing I do, I don't know if they say it, but track of which lines I picked up, because you know you got to pick up every line.
Oh, you mean like marking them on like?
Yeah, so you gotta pick up every single line. So if you miss a line on the balance sheet, you know, net income you're going to catch because it's going to be the change in net worth. You don't have net worth in there. Well, they don't have long-term liabilities in there, do they?
Oh, yeah.
They do. Okay, and so stockholders' equity is going to be, you know, your dividends and net income. But when you do net income, you know, your dividends is the accumulated. So I just want to make sure every single line on the balance sheet is somehow taken care of.
So it'd be like color coding them, or how do you mark them?
Well, you know, you can just like in column A, you've already done receivables and inventory and prepaid. So those three, you know, you got those, right? You haven't done anything. Cash is what you're after. So that's going to be the last one, but you got those three. Depreciation, just make sure C minus B equals your depreciation expense. If it does, then you're good. So you might like in row 5, 95.
190. Oh yeah.
You might just do equal minus B63 plus.
Oh. Yeah.
See, it doesn't match, plus 93. It doesn't match, so hit enter. So you're off by 300,000. So that's going to be an issue for you. So your depreciation was $990,000, but your accumulated $3 million. Where's the other 300,000? If you copy that across, you can see does it match? Doesn't match, and it never does. Out years is even missing. That's going to be a problem, right? You're picking up depreciation, so maybe they'll tell you how to handle that. I don't know if they have that in the numbers, but you're going to be off 300,000 if you don't do something with that. Keep it there because that's going to help you. So
let me just change the color so I remember, like you said.
Yeah, so that's just a kind of a check to do. But that's why, you know, you picked up depreciation, and so you're hoping that matches what's on line 63, but that's the change in the accumulated depreciation should equal your depreciation, but it doesn't. There's something else going on there. Maybe they'll explain that, so maybe getting ahead of them, but and then you picked up payables, accrued, so line 69 and 70, you got those, right? Those two is done, but yeah, I like to highlight as I go because otherwise, at the very end, I don't know if I left something out. All right, sorry.
No, it's good. I hadn't, maybe like I hadn't done the exercise in a while that I like that part that you're saying for the accumulated. I didn't like right now. It's not coming to my head.
Well, you got some other issues in the their accrued went to 0. 2014, 15, 16, and 17. So it's something strange. You know, there's looks like, you know, sometimes they wrap it into another account or something. So, you know, you just always want to be aware of that. But you did get up those lines. So. Okay, good.
So what was working capital? So 104 should be the addition of the operating cash flow, and so 102 of total working capital in order to summarize total operating activities. equals total working capital. The second section of the statement of cash flows looks at the firm's investments in all of its non-operating assets. By definition, a non-current asset is expected to exist on the firm's balance sheet for more than a year, therefore not directly related to day-to-day operating activities. Deposits. The category deposits refers to advances the company made for specially built equipment, utility deposits, etc. As in the case of non-current cash assets, we subtract the ending balance from the beginning balance to see whether or not money was spent on increasing deposits, whether we received some money back. In cell 108.
Wow, that's interesting. Deposits, wow. They're putting that under. Deposits is an account most firms have, so this is a very specific type of company. Read the definition of deposits again.
Refers to the company made for specially built equipment, utility deposits, etc. As in the case of non-cash current assets, we subtract the ending balance from the beginning.
Boy, I think I would put deposits as part of the accounts receivable, but okay, I don't see how that's an investing activity, but okay. That's their definition, so. It's gotta go somewhere, so you might as well put it there, but boy, I would put it, so you want B 60 minus C 60. That's interesting, boy, I don't see that. You got that line, so you can highlight that line, you got it done.
Just drag it and then deposits, highlight it. And as we can see, the company's deposits increased a net amount of just over $54,000 in 2006. Fixed assets. Fixed assets along with accumulated depreciation and net fixed assets presents the major problem for most people who are not familiar with financial statements and creating a statement of cash flows. What you'll notice is that the amount of gross fixed assets goes up and down from year to year, indicating that the company is buying and selling its fixed assets. When a fixed asset is sold, the original cost is subtracted from the gross fixed assets and its accumulated depreciation is subtracted from the accumulated depreciation account. Of course, both of these accounts are also changing due to the buying or selling of other assets. Also, when an asset is actually sold for is different than its book value. In general, the easiest approach is to deal with net fixed assets. Any difference between the asset's book value and sale value is recognized as a gain or profit on the income statement, which we have already considered in the section of operating activities. And an easy way is to take the difference between the net fixed assets and the ending net fixed assets and subtract the year's depreciation expense.
Okay, so that's how they're gonna fix that. So essentially what they're saying is that $300,000 difference you had on accumulated depreciation difference. That's because they sold some assets, and when they sold it, that depreciation didn't go through income statement. They showed it as a realized gain on the asset. And so if you take E73 minus C73.
Oh, wait, C, B73 minus C.
And oh, this is the tough part. And then you also subtract C93, is that what they say? Subtract C93?
Well, no, they had it set up differently. Oh, wait, no. No, they had it set up a little differently. They had it with fixed assets.
That's what 73 is, right? Oh, no, I'm not 73, I'm sorry, 64. I just picked the wrong line. Sorry.
No, but yeah, it's.
I just saw the wrong line, but yeah, it's 64. Now, if you do that, you've already taken care of depreciation, so that 90 that you have on line 93 is in there twice, so how are you gonna take care of that? You gotta subtract
Yes, subtract, let me scroll up. Oh, no, no.
C93.
I just put it like that and then I look for the cell. Wanted to subtract depreciation from up here.
All right, it's either one, it's the same number.
Oh, yeah.
So either, yeah. I think that works, boy, I'm having a tough time thinking subtract. Yeah, subtract makes more sense. All right, so that does take care of your. I mean, you can tell because, I mean, you supposed to. So that takes care of your accumulated depreciation and your fixed. So all three of those lines are going away. And you shouldn't have a problem now with, you can take away that accumulated depreciation on line 95. We've taken care of that now. I was curious, I mean, it makes sense what they're saying. When they sell an asset, that kind of messes it up. All right, so that's good. Exercise. So we all finish this. It's a really good exercise.
Let me see. Then we have the sum of total investing activities in cell 110. From financing activities, the last section of the statement of cash flow looks at the decisions that the company made in financing its asset requirements. The equation is exactly like those used for current liabilities in the working capital section, with the exception of dividends, which will be discussed below. Bank revolver. The beginning balance of the bank revolving line of credit should be subtracted from the ending balance to see whether we borrowed money or paid some off with a line of credit. So it's equals and then this equals B71 minus B7. The current portion of long-term debt. The current portion of long-term debt shows the principal amount of our long-term debt that is coming due in the next 12 months. Since it is immediately below the bank revolver of the balance sheet, we just need to copy down the cells. The equation for cells for long-term debt should be equal. Now I don't like the split.
Line 76.
B76. B78. It's not going on here. B76 minus. Stockholders' equity should read as equal C78 minus.
Saying that's stock buybacks or something, okay. Normally have that count in those,
In the stockholders one?
not like that, I mean, it's usually paid-in capital and normally break it up like that, so they're kind of showing you an unusual. Okay,
Dividends. The last item we needed address changes in retained earnings as previously indicated. So it to show the relationship of ending retained earnings minus beginning equals net income minus dividends. So they have it set up as equal minus parentheses retained earnings. I know, wrong retained earnings. This one plus Where's the? No. Hmm.
Taking previous,
Oh, I forgot. It has like circular reference. Okay.
all right, so
Oh, it says,
I like those last three, just delete them because there's probably something going on.
yes, it says to, no, we can fix this by simply placing a 0 in cells K118 through M.
Saying that your net worth should have changed. Netting should have gone up with net income, but gone down with dividends. So they're saying the only difference you have left is the dividends. They're assuming that's dividends. The problem you have is sometimes it's a positive number. It should always be a negative number. Your stock back, does that give you the change? So now you got to see the all balances.
Let's see.
Yeah, there's a huge problem with this. You'll find, especially financial companies, they have unrealized gains and losses, and those are a major problem because that's a non-cash item. But yeah, so that one, they kind of ignored that with this company. But see if you actually balance. Are you tying to their numbers?
Yeah, right now I added the 3 activities in cash flow and I need to, where's the, oh yeah, there it is. Beginning. Response. Oh, this one here it is, beginning, right? I'm getting confused.
Yeah.
And no.
Your beginning should be column B.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, and then your ending should be C54.
And then cash from balance sheet.
Well, that's what you just did. You might balance, it looks close. Line 29 should be line 127 minus line 141, right?
In line 127?
Yeah, I think 29 is just seeing if it's a difference, right?
Uh-huh.
There you're just supposed to do line 127 minus line 121.
20. That's the thing. What did I
Balance
do?
the first year, right? So just, yeah, just do. It should just be C127 minus C121.
There.
Should be
Yay.
zero, so copy all of those across.
Okay.
And copy that one.
Yay.
Wow, I
Okay.
balance until the end.
Oh, wait, it was a 1 off.
I just mean, you missed something somewhere, so we can go back and see. There may be one line we can pick up. All right, we'll save that. Then we get them to look at it again next week. That was interesting. Yeah, I do think they're leaving out some complexities that you'll see in other companies. I encourage students to try that on their own and just see if they can actually get it work.
But like it's like with, you can't duplicate that the ones they give you in the companies. So that one's kind of hard.
You can if you work at it, but you have to make assumptions.
Mm.
And the hardest part is the retained earnings because of the unrealized gains. Because they buy investments and the investments have unrealized, so you have to somehow figure out. So sometimes you just have to make an assumption that, hey, any difference I got left must be this. And that may not be true. If they got a pension plan, I got other things, there's a lot of stuff that can really mess it up.
Can you see the Excel on the Zoom? Okay, cool. So really quickly, I'm just gonna share what I have found. So I started to define the industries here. So a little on the industry summary, I put together this. So this is for their. So remember, I don't know if you remember, but on Bloomberg, they had two principal segments originally, which was the vinyls and the olefins.
Yeah.
But in the fourth quarter, which is on the new spreadsheet, they reorganized it into performance and essential materials, which is these organizations here and these items. And then they also made housing and infrastructure products, which is these products, these organizations. And then I have those products on a separate file. But yeah, that's just a little bit on defining the industry. So far, I've only done 2. I found this really amazing article. JP Morgan, it literally just came out at the beginning of this month, the end of the last month. And oh my gosh, they go in depth on, here, look, let me see if I can make this one a little bigger. I don't know if you can see it very well, but they show the supply and demand side of the entire the industry on this one, which I think is pretty cool for North America, South America. And I don't know, the article just goes really in depth. And they also mentioned Westlake a lot, just talking about like chemical stock performance year to date. And as we can see, ours is performing pretty nice, but they obviously they're defining the industry basically, and they have a lot of great data.
Understand it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all about growth, right? So are they producing something that's in a growing area?
Yeah, let me see if I can FY. Yeah, but they have everything from margins to the supply. So here it shows estimates for the next 3 years. But yeah, I chose like the rate of change, and
Yes.
it shows positive growth.
Yeah, 3 to 5%. Growth in things or growth in dollars? It looks like it might be in pounds. Or
I want to say, yeah, in metric tons it says.
Okay, so that's good. So it doesn't include inflation. So that's a pretty good growth rate since it's not in dollars. So you had inflation on top of that. So, you're talking 7 to, well, except for 2024, but you're talking, 6 to 8% type of growth.
Yeah. And I mean, there's just a bunch of other stuff. Like, I know we were talking about chlorine and caustic soda. But yeah, they have a lot on that. The expansions, and they actually show the expansions for each company at the very top. They don't expect our company to expand too much into caustic soda. But yeah, it's exciting nonetheless. But I'm ready to get into the valuation if you want.
Yeah. Well, if you talk about a company like this in the interview, they'd be pretty impressed.
I still feel like I'm only scratching the surface. It's crazy. This
Well,
company
it's
is
a really
so
hard
complex.
company to understand.
Yeah.
We really understand it's gonna work for it and try to hobnob. All right, so for valuation, you need a few things. So let's just list out what you need. So we go back to Excel.
Okay. Oh, is that not sure? Can you see the Excel now? Okay.
So, do evaluation, we'll probably do, a range of evaluations. So some of these you need one number, some of them you want kind of best case, worst case. So, you separate it, you need a discount rate and you need growth rates. So discount rate, let's use the capital asset pricing model. So you need a risk-free rate.
Yeah.
You remember this formula, right? Risk-free rate.
Yes, sir. Oh, I don't know. That's embarrassing. Market risk premium.
MRP or
But yeah, my other professors just used RA. But yeah,
what is that stand for?
risk. I don't know actually now that I think about it.
No, I would use MRP and ERP, that's what the industry.
Yeah, and then should we use? 'Cause I know you made the discussion for the risk-free rate to use T-bills. Or
10-year treasury. In the past, I've adjusted it. And I often use the forward curve. Right now, the forward curve and the current rate are essentially the same. But you can just use the 10-year treasury. Today it's probably above 2.5%. Treasuries have been selling off here
yesterday was exciting.
pretty dramatically. Unusual bonds and stocks are both corrections. Oh yeah, on my word, the 10-year is up to 2.61. So why don't you use 2.61? Wow, that's 2 really bad days in a row. 261, boy, I sold my TBF too early. Put it to 18 and it just keeps rising. 0.5% 10-year might be a top 0.61%. Make sure it's a percent. All right, so now the market risk premium, it's theoretical.
Yeah.
You have to, if you wanted to, you could just use Damodaran if you want to, or you can come up with your own. Damodaran uses a similar approach that I do. If you want to, just go into Yahoo Finance. I mean, just go into Google and just type Damodaran.
I remember you talking about him in risk management. Or did you talk about him in principles?
Probably investments.
Yeah, I think that was the same semester.
Damodaran equity. He uses equity risk premium, so ERP, equity risk premium. Bring up this web page.
His homepage.
Yeah. You'll see it. One under downloadable data sets.
This one right
I
here.
mean, he has it right there, 5.37%. So if you want to do that.
Okay.
Or you do discount rates. So you need a discount rate.
Damodaran discount rate. Ooh, we gotta get the beta, huh? Should we just grab that one from Yahoo?
Let's talk about betas. You've had beta before, right?
Yes, sir.
In my class, do you remember how to do it?
Yeah.
So let's start with, you got. I do the exact same thing Damodaran does, although we both came to it on our own. So go back to your Excel, and we'll just do it in your Excel. So there's 4 inputs.
Should I create a whole new sheet? Are we gonna do what we did in investments or?
Well, you can if you want to have a beta sheet.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, so think about you remember the 4 components?
The embarrassing. I remember we grabbed the data from Yahoo. We did the rolling beta.
Yeah, the rolling, that's the historical, so that's the 4th thing you look at. We can do that. First one is you gotta decide what kind of firm this is. So that's the revenue sensitivity. Is this a cyclical or a defensive company? That's where it comes down to what are they selling? So it sounds on the surface cyclical, right? It's industrial, it's providing chemicals to other industries like housing. Are there any of the industries they support that are defensive, like agriculture or something, or is it most of it?
It's pretty cyclical, from what I'm understanding. They do have a pretty defensive in some aspects, but I would consider them cyclical. I'm curious as to what the beta is on. If I were to guess, I'd say 0.9.
Well, probably above one, right? So,
Yeah, 1.1.
I mean, to me, you know, most industrials are in the 1.5 or higher range. So we'll just have to
1.29.
see when we do this.
Yeah, of course.
They give us some insights. Well, for the next two, different class, and I'll email it to you. So the next two is leverage, right? So we got to do leverage. I'll email it over to you. Pretty massive file.
If that's the case, can you just send it to my Gmail? I'll if it does,
Yeah, it takes forever to load because it's probably should get rid of. I'm gonna get rid of the Bloomberg data feed because that's what takes so long. Because I've got the data pasted as values, so we don't need the Bloomberg data feed. That's it. All right, save this. Someplace I can find it.
it will just be my last name, Resendez, Resendez, and then business, just the word business. Yes, sir.
So next thing is leverage. So we gotta think about leverage, financial leverage and operating leverage. So send this over. So financial leverage is the easy one. It's just what their debt looks like. So if you load the file, it's to get over to you. Let me load it. What's their ticker? WLK?
Yes, sir. It'll be okay. I received it.
Okay.
Bloomberg data.
When you load it, you can show it on your screen, or you can, you can show your screen. Well, editing, but I took out the Bloomberg load, so it should enable editing pretty fast. On C6, A10, make it A2957. So Westlake,
This is definitely.
let's look at the So the way I look at operating leverage is how volatile are their margins. You look at the gross margin, it's more volatile than the average stock. It's 7.83% standard deviation versus 384. So they're more volatile. Their net margin is a little more stable, but they're a little bit higher than the typical stock. See, their net margin is a 7.55 standard deviation versus 7.4. So you would think this would be a high operating leverage. So operating leverage is how much fixed costs they have. I would assume they're a unionized workforce. They have some pretty hefty manufacturing plants, those kind of things. I would assume that's high. And then you look at the debt to equity, line 8 and 9, you can see that's above average. I would assume this is a cyclical company, has above average debt, and it has higher than average fixed costs. That's what I would assume. So that's all arguing for a higher beta.
Yeah. I would agree. Can you see,
I mean, if you wanted to, you could copy and paste those tables over as bitmaps.
bitmaps?
Or paste however you want to, but you can't just paste it, you gotta paste it as a picture or something.
Can I just copy the values or?
Well, you need the whole thing. I would just paste it as a bitmap. You can try it.
Is a bitmap just a screenshot tool?
Yeah, it's a 6 picture. Yeah, it works. No, you don't have to do anything. You can just copy it. You just hit Control C. And go to the other file. Right click and paste as a bitmap. Paste special. Paste special.
Does that work?
You can try that one and then try pasting again as a format.
Oh.
It's the exact same place.
Which one's the
Just the
format?
format.
This one? Okay.
All right, so that gives you what you need. All right, so it's looking like a higher beta. You know, we can say, I don't know if we're talking 1.5 or 2.2 that we're going to have to figure out. That's where the history is, but you're talking definitely well above one kind of company. So it's a cyclical company. It's industrial. It's supporting industries that are themselves high beta. Definitely cyclical. Its financial leverage is above average. Operating leverage is probably above average. They probably have more fixed costs. Financial leverage is the easiest one. You just look at their debt to equity. Their operating leverage is probably above average. And it looks, you can kind of see they have above average volatility in margins, although not significantly. All right, so the last one is the historical, and that's the one that's going to take a little, let's see. Probably get it done. Do you remember how to do the rolling beta?
If I remember correctly, we run a regression, right? From the data points that were given.
In your other classes you did, not in my class, but we can do that as well. Yeah, let me, let's try it. So go over to Google. Or
Okay.
Go over to Yahoo Finance. Go find Westlake. We'll start with Westlake.
No.
Purple data. Click on the first one and make it max. Apply. Download.
Is there something we do with the dividends? I don't
It's
remember.
automatically adjusted because we're going to use the adjusted close, so it's automatically in there.
Okay.
get that one opened?
Can you see it?
No, you're still in.
Oh,
That's
okay.
okay, we don't need to see the Excel, so go back to Yelp Finance. Got that, so it starts, wow, it only starts in 9/1/2004. All right, so that's interesting.
Then we just get rid of,
We only need the adjusted close.
Yeah.
Everything else can go. It's interesting, we only have to go back to 9/1/2004, so go back to your Yahoo. On the dates, so go up to the very, very top and click on the S&P 500. Very, very, very top. Yeah, click on the S&P 500. Going down on the dates, let's do start date of 8/31. What did we say? 94 or 2004?
2004.
All right. Well, I don't know why they have so 08/31/2004. We can see monthly. Now here you notice they don't have the download button, so you'll just have to highlight it.
Yeah, I do remember that was being.
I don't know why they got rid of that download and just have to highlight it. Fortunately, it's only back 2004, so. Over to your spreadsheet.
And I put it right next to it, correct?
Yeah, put it right next to it, so make sure it's lined up. So copy it, I think.
Can you see it?
Paste it, not yet. You have to paste it as text. Yeah. On the screen, but it's not on Zoom.
How about now?
Oh, yeah, that might be my problem. No, it's still not up there.
Okay, I reshared.
Here it goes. Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, I think, yeah. All right, so you got this sorted. Sorted. It's gotta go youngest all this. Sort by date. Looks like it's lined up. Go down to the bottom and make sure it's lined up all the way down. Looks like it is.
16.
Take out April because we don't have April. If I were you, I would click on column E and do Control C. Come over to C and paste it as text. Right, they can just do 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
D&E.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I don't know why I brought over that format. All right, so you got it. We don't have much history here, but that's okay. All right, so in column D, you're going to do the holding period return. So go down to D3. You equal B3 divided by B2 minus 1. That over for the S&P. All the way down, double click. Yep. Go down 5 years, so find
9.
that's 60 rows, whatever that is. You can, if you want to, you can just make sure it's 60 rows, but
This one or
if you
no?
want it. You can go over to E and Control Shift up and see if it's actually 60. Where you were. So go over to 63. 62 is the line. Yeah, I mean, just maybe just highlight and come down until you get the 60 rows. So you got 60 rows.
Oh.
Shift and come down and get it counted at the bottom.
Control Shift and then down button.
I'm sorry, not Control, just Shift. Not Control Shift and just come down with the down arrow until you get 60. The count at the bottom until you get 60. So line 63, you're right, 63.
Oh,
Oh, wait, no, 60, is it 62 or 63?
I want to say it was 62. 60.
Why does the count show 60 both times? I don't get that. Okay, so it's 62 definitely. All right, so 62, go over to F62.
This one?
Click there, yeah, do equal slope. Up. Shift up,
Control Shift up.
comma. E the same way. Here. Yeah, that looks about right, and copy that down. Got that as a line graph. So you can see you're definitely above 1.5. Now, if you want to, look at the very bottom number, put down the very, very bottom number. 1.29, go back to your Google. Right. I'm gonna go to this, yeah, go to the summary page. What does it show there? 1.29. So your last number should match that number. It looks like it's right on. So you got the right numbers. All right, so go back to your Excel. So I think you're talking about a 1. I mean, it looks pretty straightforward. A 1.5 beta looks about right.
Can you view it?
Your average is what? Your average is 176. So you're talking, I think, the recent one's been kind of low, but I don't really trust that one. I think you're in the 1.5 to 2 range. You can show your graph again. Definitely get above 2 sometimes. I think 1.5, if you did 1.5, the other thing you can do is go to the top of that range. Yeah, if you want to, you can change that.
Oh, what were you saying? Go to the top of the range?
Yeah, top of that range if you want to.
This up here?
Yeah. And in column G, type 0.5. Column H, type 0.1. 0.9. G2, type equal, percentile. Highlight everything in F all the way down.
Control Shift down, correct?
Yeah, and then hit your F4,
F4,
comma,
comma.
and go up to G61.
Click on this one.
Yeah, and hit your F4 twice. Yep, hit enter. Copy that over. Copy that down.
Can you remind me what these are again?
That's percentiles. So the 1.69 is the median. The 0.1s, 10% of the time, they're 1.45 or lower.
Okay.
10% of the time, they're 2.22. So that might be when you do your scenarios. Your base case might be a beta of 1.7. And that's consistent with what we saw, right? We said this is a cyclical company. It's got
Freaking high, yeah.
It's got some volatility. So the 1.7 seems about right. 1.45 might be the lowest we go, and 2.25 might be the highest we go in the valuation. So save that, and we may have to break it. Or save that. I gotta run real quick. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
Too much tea going over here. Good job. I mean, it doesn't take that long to do that, right? You might want to save it as an Excel, not as a, so you don't lose your formulas. So cell
Yeah, that'd be nice.
97 or something. Okay, I'll be right back.
You think, Drew?
Complicated.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Yeah, I did this like a year and a half ago with him. I haven't even done it since. Maybe once.
Yeah, oh, you took his class?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I never, I didn't really get into stocks. Yeah, no, you guys kind of lost me like 5 months.
No, yeah, I was lost a little bit. But yeah. I know, he's such an Excel wizard, bro. I swear. We were talking about it last night in one of his classes. In this like 9 o'clock class. And like,
So what's like the basis of the formula here? So like what
So-
are you using to value the company?
basically, you know how we grab these numbers, right? From Yahoo? These are just like the closes. This is of the Westlake itself, the historical prices, and this is the S&P 500 historical prices. And what this is this is the difference between the two, right? And we do that for Westlake and we do that for the S&P. And then whenever we come on down,
That's the change in price from.
the month before, yeah, exactly. And then what we did here was this is the actual beta itself of throughout the years. So throughout the years, we've seen it even go as high as like 2.3%, which is pretty insane. When was that? Honestly, 2014.
So getting hit today, man.
That's all right. Yeah, that's all right. Everybody's gonna hit today, honestly. And then here it's just the percent. Okay, so like what's the median of this? And then these are the tail ends. So 90% of the time, what's the 90% like highest it's ever been? Okay, and then what's like the lowest it's been 10% of the time. You know what I'm saying? And so that number is just gonna be the same all throughout. But I don't know why he made me drag that down. Interesting. But maybe I'm missing something. But from what I understand.
So how numbers work their way into your valuation?
Well, that's calculating beta. So
Okay, so then all of this right here is just to calculate beta.
yeah, can you see this one here? Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing here. Cap in. So we got the risk-free rate here. We have this being our market risk premium, and then we just got our beta of 1.68.
So you're just using cap in. You're just using cap in.
Yeah, literally. This is just like instead of using Yahoo Finance to find the beta, we're finding the beta. Yeah, doing it ourselves. But it's more than doing it ourselves. Like if we wanted to run scenarios of like,
How close is your beta to Yahoo?
oh, we got it exactly. Like Yahoo has 1.29, we have 1.28, 1.286. So if you round it up, theoretically 1.29.
Yeah, all right. So if I was doing this on my own, I just got it.
Yeah, it's basically.
Yeah.
But I mean, Yahoo isn't accurate all the time because I remember I did it in his class. It was like 0.12 off, something like that, which can add up, you know. And we just had a test over pre-tax real estate pro formas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was. We haven't got the grade yet, but
We're getting close, so let's put that in there. So let's go a beta, what do we say, 1 point?
1.68.
Base case is 1.7 maybe?
Yeah, do you want to round up?
Yeah, 1.67, 1.7, that sounds right for a firm like Westlake.
Yes, sir.
1.7 seems right. This is a risky firm. And
Can you see the?
yeah.
Okay.
And your best case is 1.45 and your worst case is 225. I think that makes sense. That's all consistent with everything we said before. 2.25 is probably a little high, but that's okay. We're gonna get a range here.
Median 0.1 is 1.45.
Yeah, that's rounded.
And
You can
then
call it, that's the best case, and your worst case is 225. So you've got your discount rate, right? Your risk-free rate plus your beta times your market risk premium. You got three. Probably what you'll do is we'll do like a data table, so that we'll do multiple scenarios. So now what you need is growth. So you only have, well, you go look further. So growth.
yeah, let's do it.
So for growth, I really like the H models. So for the H model, you remember the H model?
Gosh, a year and a half.
Wow,
It was like a year and a half ago.
It's a lot better than the dividend discount model.
Oh, I do remember and then we had the dividend discount model, and then we had the I don't remember the formulas though, but I do remember the concept.
Each model, is that the same as a non-parametric statistical model?
No.
I know there's a test statistic that is the H stat. No, but that's not that up.
Yeah, is that to value like companies?
Well, it's just doing anything statistically, so it's just to come up with a.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's just a multi-growth stage,
Oh.
multi-growth stage model.
Oh.
So for the H model, you need dividends. Now we'll see if we will either use dividend or free cash flow. We'll see. So dividends. Let's see if they're paying. Wait, let me look real quick. Because you're paying significant dividends. Not buying a stock back. So dividends may be fine. The other question is going to be and we'll see. We may have to use free cash flow. We'll see. Their dividends are pretty small relative to their free cash flow reflects. So dividends might give us a really distorted answer. We'll see. They must have some free cash flow because they're paying back a lot of debt right now. So we'll see. But we can jump back and forth between those two.
okay.
And just see. All right. So, and then we need a long-term growth rate. That would be pretty easy. And the short-term growth rate. I'm going to take some more, and then your H, and your H. Get all of that, we can do. What we'll do is, do a whole distribution of expected values, not just 3 numbers, but like 50 numbers, and we'll see where they are. What we're hoping is that their current price is at the lower end of your range.
Yeah.
We'll start with dividends. We'll see if we can get something with dividends. If not, we'll switch to free cash flow. So the long-term growth rate is essentially what you think the economy is going to grow at. So historically, our economy's grown about 5%. Why don't we start with, let's just start with 5%, and we may do some adjustments there. Our economy historically has grown, I think, 6.2%, but that was with some pretty high inflation in the 70s. So you go back to more normal inflation, and long-term growth is productivity plus labor growth plus inflation. Productivity about 2%, inflation 2 to 3%, labor growth probably about 0. So you're somewhere in that 4 to 6% range. Definitely better than 4, definitely less than 6. So we can experiment between 4 and 6 and see how material it is.
Then just remind me, we calculated the long-term growth rate by using all of that metric information that you were just talking about, like the inflation rate, like GDP growth and employment.
Well, it is GDP. We're essentially saying every company at some point is going to grow with the economy.
Okay.
Ultimately, and the economy is going to grow with productivity, labor growth, and inflation.
Yeah.
Historically, that's been about 6.2%, but that was some really high inflation in the 70s. So, if inflation's average about 3%, maybe we think it's going to be about 2% going forward, then that gives you a growth rate of about 5%. But productivity historically has been about 2%. Labor growth's been about 1%, but we have the baby boomers retiring. Inflation, 2-3%. So you're somewhere. I can't see anyone getting outside of the 4 to 6% range.
Okay.
In practicality.
Then 5 is a great number.
5
So
right in the middle, yeah.
would long-term growth be like since the 60s, or how would you
You
calculate?
can, but you got to consider going forward what you think inflation is going to be.
Of course, yeah.
Labor growth is going to be a lot slower because in the 60s and 70s you had women joining the workforce. We're not going to do that again, right? We don't have any more unless we go back to child labor or something. So you're running out of people to join the labor force other than immigrants, right? But immigrants are probably going to replace baby boomers. So there's probably not going to be, 1%, I think would be a pretty hefty.
Okay.
So then it just comes down to productivity 2 to 3, and inflation 2 to 3. 6 is probably the highest you can get. Now, short-term growth, there are several things we can do here. So let me just show you the three approaches. One is just to see what the market's telling us, what analysts are thinking. There's two ways to do that. One is called the peg ratio approach. Remember the peg ratio?
That rings a
approach?
bell. PEG, that's an acronym for
The peg ratio of the PE is the PE.
okay.
And G is growth. So the peg ratio is your PE divided by growth. So if you get their peg ratio and you get their PE ratio, you can figure out what the market thinks growth is going to be. So go to Yahoo Finance.
Yes, sir.
And get their peg ratio.
Their PE is 7.6.
Well, you want their forward PE. Go to the way you find that is go to statistics. See that statistics. Click on that, and that will
The
give you
forward
the
PE. We would use the current.
Oh my word, their PE. Oh, I got the wrong firm. The forward PE is 887 is probably okay. I really don't know what they mean by current. That's something they added recently, and I think that's what you want, the forward PE, and their peg ratio they say is NA. So we can't use the peg ratio approach. Good luck there. All right, so now what you got to do is go over to Bloomberg. So you can't use the peg ratio approach. I don't know why they don't have a peg ratio. No telling. So load up Bloomberg and then type WOK as just type EE out there.
EE.
Yeah. Enter. Change it to annual instead of quarters. And so you see their 2021 number there in the blue down below.
This one?
Yeah, what is that number? 1504. And then look at your 2025, 175. So you can use that as your growth rate. Let's see, how many years is that? 2, 3, 4. That's 4 years. What's the growth rate in 4 years of going from the 15 whatever to the 1875? You get all those numbers down.
Yeah.
I'll type them and then. So the current number is 15044. 2025 is 18.175. All right, so we take 18.175 divided by 15.044 and raise it to the 1 divided by 4 minus 1. That's only a 4.8% growth rate. 4.84% growth rate. So they're not assuming really high growth here.
You got what number, sir?
4.84. The next thing you can do is what's called the sustainable growth model. So let's try that. So go back to Yahoo Finance, unshare and share. So to do this, you go to, again, statistics and come down the page. Do you remember the sustainable growth model?
No, sir.
Okay, so you find the return on equity, where that is. I think it's a little bit higher. There it is, 27.41. You see that?
Yep.
Right. You want it, the sustainable growth is return on equity times 1 minus payouts. So what's their payouts? So 2741.
What was the formula again?
Current PE 2741. And find their payout ratio. Come down a little bit. Page. You'll see it. The payout ratio is what? 7.28.
Yes, sir.
This can give you a really, really high growth rate. This is probably not the way to do it. So what we need to do, we have to do this next week, but we probably need a normalized return on equity versus the 2741. But the growth rate is you take your ROE times 1 minus your payout. So you get 25.4%. Those are two radically different numbers, don't they?
You said the ROE 1 times the payout?
ROE times 1 minus the payout. You should get about 25.4. That number's way too high. We'll see why. So why don't we finish this up next week, and what
Yes,
we
sir.
want to do is get your capital IQ and dump all their financials from capital IQ. I don't know if you remember how to do that.
Yeah, I'll have to rewatch your video.
We can stretch back the dates, but yeah, so if you're not sure, let me know and we can do it real fast before your next class.
The Capital IQ.
Yeah, do you have an account at capital IQ?
I do. Unfortunately, the password's probably one of those things that
Well,
I.
reestablish that, so you
Yes, sir.
definitely get capital IQ. What we'll do with capital IQ is instead of using it 2741 ROE, we'll look over the last several years and find a normalized number. What's, so it's not, we don't want to value this off of the highest number of the last 4 years. And we'll look at some other growth rates. We'll look at what they've actually grown historically, and we'll let that. So the short-term growth is a pretty important one. That's where that article you had from JP Morgan is probably pretty important. A lot of this is subjective. Why do you think they're going to grow over the next 5 to 10 years? That's going to depend on what industry they're supporting. If they're doing a lot of housing might actually be a little bit of a dangerous here.
Yeah.
So what you need to really understand what industries that they're in. All right, good.
Cool.
You guys understand net absorption? Net absorption is how many square feet are being put on the market versus how much is being rented. Right, so if I'm a developer, right, that means I put up a new office building that's 300,000 square feet, all right, that's 300,000 new square feet in Orange County. If 10% of, Orange County decides to leave, go to LA, that means 10% of all the space they were previously renting out is now vacant. So that's new space, right? So that's a positive, right? So obviously we want one. Actually, net absorption, it's the opposite. So negative net absorption means that's 820,000 new square feet in the market right now. Right.
That's like when you're.
I guess that's like what, two
But that's to these developments. That is something to consider though, right? Because that means now we have to lower rent. We have to lower rent to match the demand. They have a lot of options. New tenants now have a lot of options. But what else did you see? What was the good news, right? Is that vacancy is dropping.
Yeah, by 16%.
Vacancy is down. Down 16.
We recorded a sizable 38% increase quarter-over-quarter.
38% in
And this
third
was
and one
Q4
quarter.
2020.
Q4 2021. Okay, so that's end of recession. Or end of that's like end of pandemic, excuse me. So leasing is up. You said 38%.
Yeah.
Leasing activity or leases being signed?
Leasing activity recorded.
Leasing activity. Okay, so that's activity. No, that's good. I mean, this isn't concrete, right? Because activity is activity, right? I could be searching for a place to stay for, I don't know, a year or 2 years before I find a place. But the actual contracts themselves, I mean, it's still not bad. That means, more people are out looking.
Is this that's an office building?
It is an office building.
It says
So the first floor-
approximately,
What?
this one says approximately 3 million square foot of office space is slated to be converted into industrial.
That's right. That's right. That may be the reason why our net absorption is being changed. That could be why. Just think about it. That could explain our leasing activity.
Absorption was negative absorption, you are receiving more square footage or more square footage being pulled off?
Well, I gotta think about that. I gotta be sure I understand too. Negative. Can you look that up for me? Because I don't want to say the wrong.
No, that's fine. I was just trying
Because
to.
it is, you can say it either way, right? It's like,
I don't
it
know.
depends like where in the fraction, like if you put new, typically I would say like a positive.
Net absorption is the sum of square feet that become physically occupied minus the sum of square feet that became physically vacant during this specific period.
Became vacant.
Okay, so just trying to see.
So wait, so is negative good or is positive good?
Positive net absorption means more commercial space was leased up
Right, so positive, okay, there you go, positive is good, right, so that means, we're going negative because less, though, that, all that office space is now being taken off the market?
Yes.
Wait, hold on, say this, what's the formula again, one more time?
The sum of the square feet that became physically occupied minus the sum of the square feet.
So it's negative is good, negative, because obviously, well, from the owner's standpoint, negative is good, because we want to jack up prices. Right, so what we're seeing here, that negative 820, that is, so that's good for us. The thing is that number is probably inflated because of all those properties that are going industrial.
Also means out the supply.
Exactly.
That's a lot, 3 million?
3 million new square feet turn, or wait, what?
Yeah, 3 million square feet of office space to be converted.
Here it says negative net absorption indicates more commercial space was vacated and placed on the market that was leased up.
So increase in supply.
Wait, so,
Think of net absorption like a spread. If it goes up for the day, you're good, you made something. Or positive.
Mhm.
Positive is one.
so positive is good.
Negative goes down.
That means-
Okay, so it's the opposite of what we were saying.
Yeah, so negative means that there's more people, more on the market than people are leasing on. There's more space in the market than people are leasing on.
Okay, so
more
it's,
supply and demand.
so one more time, the formula is how much is being put out versus minus how much is being leased? That's right, okay, so then that means how much is being leased is larger. That still makes sense, so negative is good. I'm looking it up right now, hold on, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, it says it's up. Like on,
Net absorption is up or what's up?
no, it says net absorption is negative, but that means positive, like it's green.
Right, that's, yeah, okay, I was right. That's how I thought in the beginning. Okay, and I only start questioning myself when I was telling. Yeah, no, I'm looking, yeah, so it's, yeah, so negative is good for us.
Negative is one.
Negative is good for us. But remember, that number is inflated because of what we have just been talking about. Doesn't matter, because in the end, right, I mean, it's in our favor, it's still in our favor. We're making money. All right, so any last details before we form a strategy? You could say, actually, okay, that's the point you're making. You're making a point here. People are moving out of LA because it's becoming too expensive. Outside cities include Orange. So then maybe something we could look at, population shift. How many people are we receiving in Orange County versus how many people are leaving Orange County? Negative number. So Orange County is losing. What's that number then? It's like negative 1,000. Okay. Negative 100,000.
I saw.
What's their population? Like, what percent of their population is that?
It's
I mean, I want hard facts right here.
Orange County.
I saw that a while back.
That's it, dude. We're at Drew Cap.
Yeah, it's like 2.7 million-ish.
Population, and then our shift is. How would you guys feel about creating
2021.
a IC memo on this next week?
I didn't know that is.
Do you remember what I showed you in my slide deck? Because I think we have some good information. We have a lot of very good information right now. We can create an IC memo.
But the annual growth rate is negative 0.01.
Population.
Yeah.
So that's not terrible.
That was in 2019.
That was in 2019. Okay.
Okay, it's been like that for the past 4 years.
But they have a projected growth of population growth positive.
By how much though? We gotta think about that.
Okay, so we are currently in 20.
I mean, I would assume just it's going to be positive. If you see 19 was a weird year, so that may be.
So greenhouse 3.25, and next year will be 3.258. So it's kind of this level.
We're finding
2019 was 3.18.
that's interesting. The numbers. I mean, that obviously isn't right. Like you're not gonna have 4 of the same number in a row. What website are you using?
I'm using Open Data Network.
Open Data, never heard of them either. Yeah, I've heard of these guys. Who are you using?
I just got out of it.
I don't know, we're having conflicting ideas here. We need a solid number. Why don't you look at JLL? JLL has population. It should be on that document that you're looking at, actually. Just look at how many people are moving in, or how many new jobs are being created. That's probably a better metric.
380,000 jobs have been added in office.
Voila, that's the number that we care about.
Industries.
380,000 new jobs were created in what year? This last year?
I mean, yeah, I'm an idiot. 30,000.
30,000. I was like, Jesus Christ, we just like grew the city.
I was like fucking 10% of the population. That's fantastic.
Yeah, 30,000. That's still good. I'm satisfied.
What's the word?
So you said 38K
Yeah.
new jobs.
30.8K, yes.
Oh, okay, 30.8. Yeah.
So I guess he's just doing
Jeez, man.
31, whatever that's
I was like, what are they counting as a job? Like, they must count a lot as a job in that case. Uber drivers are now, they're now fully employed beings. It's confusing. It's fine. All we gotta do is throw the information out there first, and then we can organize. So think about it. What else? What else could make this a good investment?
The fact that.
I already got a job. Who? What?
13 office properties are planned. So 13 offices are gonna get destroyed.
13. Okay, so then, well, we already got that from net absorption. Net absorption's in our favor. Wait, what do we say? Yeah, we got that negative 820,000 square feet of net absorption. What else? What else? Think about it.
They say the outlook is growth of employment and funding in 2021 should continue to drive the growth, but they don't like say a percent or anything.
We're gonna cheat. You guys see the IC memo? All right, let's look at some metrics. All right, so we already have all of this. All right, so we already have, so our inventory. Okay, so why don't you look at the actual, okay, let's, it's just traditional office. We don't have to worry about that. Yeah, let's go ahead and see what that asking rent per square foot in that area is. Because I have a feeling that our number right here is wrong. Either that's wrong or that area is too generalized. You know, maybe we'll throw in that chart of vacancy. Hey, do you recognize something? This vacancy chart right here. It looks a lot like which? The one that he just pulled up. I indeed, back a few months ago, stole the JLL chart and just recolored it.
Oh,
I mean, look at it. It's like the same font and everything. Nobody noticed because I put it in my firm's colors.
That's how he knows.
You know, it's like that little function. It's like that little feature on PowerPoint. It's like recolor. You just like make everything black with blue.
That's all that.
Yeah, that's the only way I get away with things.
All right, here we go. Found something. $5 per square foot for 20,000 to 40,000. Okay, it's a variable cost per square foot. Obviously larger.
Yeah, like what's the average per square foot?
$3, $4, $5. It's variable. So 350, because the majority of it's gonna go to large.
You said 3, 4, and 5?
Yeah, so if you're below 15,000 square feet, it's $3. If you are between 20,000 and 40,000, it's $5 square foot. So it's variable.
So what are we calling it? 4, 350, we'll just say 4. So our 16, yeah, that seems a little funky now. And you said what's our average? For the area, you said it was like 3 something?
What was the question?
Average square foot in the area for office.
Oh, yeah.
The article that says, we continue to see a flight rate tendency to low-rise office properties, typically 4 stories or less, not of high rises.
Really? So they're moving out of high rises.
And
All right.
considering that
That's a risk.
the data shows they have 3 empty floors, 15, 16.
3 empty floors, but that's management's fault. I don't have good relationships.
No, it's-
Either that or it's management's fault and jobs are dwindling. But this could be, right, this could be an impact of COVID. Right? And, you know, considering that they're gonna sell the building right now, you know, maybe they're just saying, you know, screw it. Instead of paying all the brokers and working out all the leases, we're just gonna sell it as is and save on that cost. That gives us opportunity. It gives us opportunity. We're looking like boys.
Money down.
I'm just kind of worried. I'm kind of worried. You know why I'm worried? Because $4 times 350,000 square feet equals what?
1.4. Yeah, this is a no-go.
1.4.
This will really take a hit for a while.
1.4.
I know debt service is almost 4 million.
So guess what? We're coming up short, boys. We're coming up short.
It's a 0.5 PCR.
Hold on here. That's how things are looking now, though. We always have the opportunity to change it. We always have the opportunity to change it. Yeah. Investment is what we make it. This requires a little more work, right? A little more risk involved. But if we do it right, what does that mean? We're winning. Yeah, he's right. That first year we may go negative. We'll probably go negative first 2 years, right? Probably be down about $1 million each, but I think by year 3, 4, and 5, as long as we don't go into a recession, we make it all back plus more. All right, so we'll leave it at that. We'll build that. I see this thing. The TV did not turn on. We'll build that all out. Does anyone want to take a picture of this and save it for next week? Yeah, that way we can just like recall this information.
Yeah, bigger cities, huh?
That's all I ever did. Yes, I never.
That literally, so San Antonio is still underpriced for the state now.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just not a lot of large buildings on the market right now.
So it's just there to build.
Yeah, they're having to build them, exactly. And the ones that were built, right, they were built within the last 5 years. They're still held by their original owners, right? Nobody wants to throw them on the market because those buildings are probably fruit, man. Putting juice those. Oh my God. Yeah, that'll be. Yeah, you'll see it. We'll see how that's impacted.
Can you go to the SA tomorrow flag?
What essay?
Like San Antonio tomorrow? Hold up.
The San Antonio, sorry, not a San Antonio native. Essay tomorrow. Wait, is this the whole thing with like the new like transit system?
No, it's the civil engineer, they projected population growth to double in the next, like, I think it's like 10 years or 20 years.
Okay, I have seen that. CNBC has been like,
So they
yeah.
put here a plan and like they made like zones, right? And like said like this zone is earmarked for more industrial, this zone's earmarked for more this. They actually like branched out pretty far. So do some stuff going on in Southtown and all that. But that's the thing trips me out about San Antonio. It's like the market's lean and you have to build everything, it sounds like, in the next 10 years. So it's a little fucking awkward if you don't want to do it.
Seems like our graduates will be living healthy lives.
Oh, yes.
I'll tell you what, I've been hearing about some crazy offers in San Antonio recently. Just like job offers. like just shy of what I'm making, but I'm paying 3 times in rent. I was like, wait, hold up. Like what's going on here? This isn't what it used to be.
It just pulled up, when we're looking at Orange, right? The median income was like $49,000. I'm like, that's not shit there.
Well, that's median, right? It's because there's gonna be, that's what, median is by number, not by value. If you did mean, that probably.
It makes 125K, you're doing HVAC, and you rent a room.
Awesome. Well, go ahead and kill the recording.
Welcome to my class, Resisting Censorship with Blockchain Tech, class 5. Again, I'm sorry for being late. I had encountered some weird traffic along the way. Let's get started with the class and go with the disclaimer. First of all tax information shown in this class is not intended to provide personal tax nor financial advice. This information presented is intended to be consumed and used for educational purposes only. I am not an investment advisor nor am I a tax advisor. I'm still a college student. Please consider your own personal circumstances and speak with professional advisors and independently research any data and information you may rely on, whether for making an investment or tax decision or otherwise. I'd say go take the attendance, but I'll do that after the class. I go over some blockchain terminology just as a quick review. Anyways, there is Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, Litecoin, Monero, etc. Roughly, there are blockchain tokens that are typically decentralized and open source. The goal is to enable the common man, realistically, though a tech-savvy internet dweller who uses crypto now, to be able to purchase and or sell goods and services without the need of intermediaries such as a bank. The blockchain network utilizes a public ledger comprised of various wallet addresses, the private and the public address. Never give away your private address, I have to say that. This peer-to-peer style of transactions via individual wallet addresses characterize most of the cryptocurrency transactions today. Well, most of them. And the NFT, I'll go over the NFTs, what NFTs are. They stand for non-fungible token. Non-fungible means token cannot be duplicated, replicated, or replaced. Most crypto tokens like Bitcoin are fungible, which means they can be duplicated and replaced to a certain degree. NFTs aren't this though. Every NFT is unique to each other, and every NFT token is different. This allowing NFT to use to represent original artworks, collectibles, such as digital trading cards, music videos, and just pictures as are well known to be used. The way NFTs are built allows them to flourish in a world of digitalized art. Most modern NFTs are based on Ethereum blockchain. However, Solera blockchain is becoming very popular too. Ethereum is special that can hold additional data information about a particular token, particularly about the smart contracts in Ethereum. And because NFTs allow for verification of ownership, history of ownership, and prices are allowed to be stored itself on NFT. It's the reasons they got popular in the first place. But as a last class, I mentioned that NFTs are actually are becoming less popular on Google searches. But if you want to consider Google searches a metric to consider something trending, I would say NFTs is kind of dropping in popularity.
One thing we talked about in our class last night, property and casualty and title insurance is a big deal. And there's some countries that are changing title all around, but title is proven digitally. And it seems like it'd be a perfect application for blockchains. You can prove who owns the house and it can't be changed without some process, right? I assume the changing of ownership is pretty well documented with blockchain.
Yeah, that's one of the utility uses of NFTs, but people tend to focus on the very popular stuff like the Bored Ape Yacht Club, if you heard about that, and stuff like that, and Lazy Lions.
Spending a fortune on insurance just to prove who owns something. We can find another way digitally to do that, so it's not, we take it, put an entire industry out of business, but that would be great.
Yeah, that's the
Just makes
unfortunate.
me wonder, I should Google and see if there's any talk about proving title for blockchain.
Yeah, I agree. It's like NFTs have a lot of utility uses, but everyone's focused on the JPEGs, on this digitalized art aspect of it. I think that's kind of missing the point of the NFTs and its purpose. And then, thanks for bringing that, Professor Sweet. But I want to talk briefly about how app works. This is only a brief overview. I'm not a professional app developer, but I do want to discuss what front end and back end sections of applications work are. The front end is when the users interact with the scene publicly, but the back end is what users typically don't see, and the essential components of that is the structure of the application. And goodness. Okay, I'm going to play a video for now. See if it works.
Mobile app. So basically that's it for this video. Front end is the part of your application which lives on the mobile devices or web kind of browsers that users are using. That's what you send to the user and they install on their devices. Mostly the user interface, some basic local storage functionalities, and the stuff that you can send and the user can keep on their devices, and builds a better interface to work with your kind of service. And we have the backend. That's where you store the purchase information, the user's data, and whatever you want to have in a single place. So that's it. Like this video if, of course.
In a video I got that from is called Front End and Back End Fast Tech Skills. The guy has an entire 5-minute video that goes more in depth into the topic. So if you want to learn more about that, here's a thumbnail of this video.
App. So basically,
and because I want to go over that topic because I want to talk about decentralized finance or DeFi, which is DeFi app, which is essentially just as the name suggests, is a decentralized form of fintech, or instead of, we got a bit of cough here. Anyways, the transparency, as you compare DeFi to fintech and traditional stuff, DeFi has a lot of advantages over what traditional financial instruments that we have, particularly compared to fintech. There's proof of works and proof of stake rewards, but unfortunately, a lot of scammers try to take advantage of that. As I mentioned before in the last class, a lot of scammers are liking DeFi and they're taking advantage of its utility to create a lot of new Ponzi schemes and stuff like that. That's one of the drawbacks of DeFi at the moment. It's very popular with scammers, but itself technology is very good. And the reason I say that is because if you compare it to traditional or fintech, you have the advantage of transferring money, borrowing and lending money, and exchanging assets in decentralized exchange, not even go through a major exchange broker like the brokers or NASDAQ, as the case with fintech with the Robinhood, where if you guys remember the GME stock fiasco with that, and they are forced to lock down their exchanges, you can't really have that with DeFi, though. There's less chance of that happening. And with investing money, you're able to do that through tokenized financial products or ICOs, STOs, and token baskets. Not why I say baskets. And fintech they have something like Robinhood and other stuff like other financial other investing apps too. But DeFi, in comparisons to traditional fintech, does have a lot of advantages. But as I mentioned before, it's pretty popular with the scams all around the world nowadays. It basically allows you to transact without trusting banks or institutions 24/7 and cheaper way and possibility without any possibility to be censored by any government, some financial cartel, or even independent from malicious regulations. Some countries regulation can censor. I'm reading this terribly. This is from the art. What I'm trying to quote is from the article where it's just the graph came from. And let's go into decentralized autonomous organization, or DEO. As you can see right here, a traditional top-down organization works a bit like this, like the picture shows. I don't know why the creator of this graph adds sigils to this, but it's a bit weird. Can't really explain it. But what we traditionally have here is many layers of management for coordination and enforcement of processes. Many information decisions are bottlenecked, as well as sources of corruption. Oh, my bad. Sources of corruption, which join one legal entity, employment contracts and salaries act itself as incentive, which you had CEO, senior management, middle management, junior management, supervisors, and staff. And then there's a top-down management too. As let's compare this to the traditional decentralized autonomous organization, which works as a machine consensus around token governments, rule sets, and smart contracts instead of legal employment contracts. There is no centralized legal entity, self-enforcing code through smart contracts, and tokens that act as incentive as validators. As you can see here, it's kind of a very rough sketch of how a DEO would hypothetically work. But you have the exchange right here, but you have the validators right here work to validate this exchange, and you have the users in it, and also the developer creating the decentralized autonomous organization. I believe last semester I mentioned that there isn't any major examples of a decentralized autonomous organization, but the recent fundraising from the crypto community to Ukraine during invasion by Russia is actually gave rise to a rough DAO that was created in order to give more crypto tokens to the Ukrainian government. I think that's kind of a major example at the moment, but hopefully a DEO will get more popular in the future. And I want to bring up some examples of decentralized finance. I kind of roughly explain what it is right there, but there's some examples are decentralized exchanges, decentralized state coins, and decentralized loans like Compound. You see right here, the logo right here. I haven't dealt very deeply personally into how exactly a loan would work in a DeFi, unfortunately. So I can't exactly just argue that you should just throw away the banks to just get a loan on a DeFi or DEO. I would say be wary of that, because as I mentioned before, there's a lot of scammers and a lot of malicious actors using DeFi now. So please be careful of that. However, even though malicious actors and scammers or criminals are starting to use DeFi, but possibly these criminals are starting to use DeFi, there's still a lot of potential blockchains. I think from Matthew spoke on Forbes on his article, private blockchains were a good start, but they are not the future. I think this is kind of what he says about this. By definition, private blockchains are not truly open. They provide control and leverage to a select number of individuals. A truly open blockchain network, a public one, will always be the semi-decentralized one. Why? The more decentralized, the better, because the less control over its users, better, and because the network of various counterparties can grow faster as industry participants change. Finally, privacy and security. In an era where rarely a week goes by without news of a major data breach, the single best way to safeguard process integrity is on a public blockchain. Only a fully decentralized blockchain can protect against a single point of failure. Private blockchains are only good as the weakest link. That's kind of a bit of an argument going for DAOs, but I think, as mentioned before, completely private blockchains still aren't exactly that good. This is a bit of a short class. I'll go over the citations briefly. I got most of my information from the article from HackerNoon, which is how censorship resistant digital goods, DAOs, and DeFi apps driving a new decentralized era. And from the video, I was explaining front end and back end explanations from this YouTube video.
So basically,
looking too much. From Fast Tech Skills, that's the name of the channel. If you want to check out the video more and more of check out more about this video and what other stuff the guy creates. Again, his YouTube channel is Fast Tech Skills. He makes a lot of good stuff. Makes a lot of cool drawings like this. And that's the end of my class so far.
All right. I gotta get in Bloomberg too.
All right. So recommendations. I didn't really have a book recommendation of the week for finance or investments or for this topic in general, but a really good pleasure read that I actually have read twice is The Alchemist. I think The Alchemist is a really good book. And another recommendation I have is to join the investment society. So never hurts. Meetings are every Wednesday at 7:45 to, I believe, 8:45. So yeah, I mean, if you want to keep up with the market, and there's always really, really good opportunities in those meetings. Okay, so the roots of the bond market continued. So what we're going to look at is a search function. So if you go into Bloomberg and type SRCH, okay, so, and we're going to look at securities. Oh, right here. You go to, you can look at corporates, governments, certificates, municipals, right? So let's do corporates. Status. Oh man, I forgot to use searches. Let's search. So we can see that right now there's 2,305,451 securities right now in the corporate, right? So let's go. There's a way. What? Okay. Security status. Let's do bonds issued in 2019. My searches. Oh. Anyway, debt holders. So what I have here are the debt holders, right? And corporate. So managing firm name by holder country region. So here you have BlackRock, right? I think BlackRock was actually mentioned in the lecture yesterday at the meeting. We have Vanguard. See their holdings, their credit ratings as well. So credit rating does play a part into bond evaluation. We'll discuss that later on in the lecture. So yeah, there's your search function. So if you guys want to play around with that.
Yeah.
And then, so the next thing is the Treasury Security Index. So it's TSE. UTOTL, right? Standing. So this is what the Treasury has predicted about a company overview. Let's try Treasury securities. Yeah, security. It's not coming up the way. Going to the Federal Reserve. Maybe it's not the same anymore. On Bloomberg, it's a TEC. Let's do line chart. Oh, I clicked the wrong one. Go back. Okay, this is what I was trying to show. Here's what the Federal Reserve has calculated. So these are the Treasury securities, like how many we hold currently, according to the Federal Reserve. And then there's the VIX index. VIX index, so we're gonna go to the VIX. VIX, and then we're gonna go to, okay, all right. Let's go line chart. All right, so basically the VIX index, what you want to look out for is these little peaks right here, right? So this is showing that we have high yields. And the higher it is, it's not good. The lower it is, the better it is, right? So in this case, I'm looking at it as perspective of a lender, right? So if my yields are high, I don't know, as a borrower, my bad. If my yields are high, that's bad. If my yields are low, that's good. If my yields are high, I have to pay more. Okay.
Opposite market, but yeah.
So this is the volatility index. Okay, so buying bonds pushes yields down. So the question is, what quality of the US government bonds causes investors to buy them when the market volatility rises? So if the market's volatility is rising, why would they buy bonds? Right?
Corporate bonds.
Why would they buy corporate bonds? Do you have any guesses? So it's because bonds are considered low risk. So the idea of a bond is that it's like an IOU, right? So it's like a fixed, that's why it's called fixed income, right? There's fixed payments. And I mean, some of these companies, depending on their credit worthiness, they'll pay you back. Right? So you're gonna get your money back. Right, so corporate bonds. So it's the breakdown. Oh yeah, so the IBM function will go over that in a bit. So companies can borrow money longer from the bond market than banks, right? So it tends to be that banks don't really like the idea of you holding money for a very long time. So why do companies borrow in the corporate bond market? Why do they borrow? So these corporate companies, they're borrowing money to pay money. And it's because the discrepancy in tax treatment means that debt repayments over a company's tax bill, right? So it reduces their pre-tax profits through investment payments, right? So basically, what they would pay off in a bond is less than what they would pay off to a bank. Well, technically, it's like, if you actually do a comparison, some of them are actually there's a difference. So some of them actually, so like if I have a bond, I'll get the same amount of money back as if I invested in a bank. But the idea of a bond is that I think at the end, so like what they're saying, reducing pre-tax profits, you actually save more money. And plus you can hold it longer. But that was one thing about Bloomberg that I didn't understand.
Yeah, it's I think they're probably comparing it to equities, so dividends aren't tax deductible. But that is, but bank debt should be as tax, I would think. I don't know, I have to research it, but I would borrow money from a bank rather than capital markets. It should have the same tax deduction, I would think. They may be talking about dividends. If you get money from stockholders, that's not tax deductible.
Yeah, because technically so you know how that works, like dividends?
Yeah.
Right. So when you pull money out of the stock market, it's not taxable, right? Because they already tax you as you take it out of the market.
Yeah.
So how does a bond function, right? So it makes regular fixed amount payments. These are known as coupons. It's an IOU. So there's a larger payment at the end of the loan. It's called a principal. So at the end of the bond, everything together is called your principal, right? So that's the initial amount that you invested, right? So if I'm lending somebody money, if I'm borrowing money, the initial amount I put into the bond is what I'm going to get at the end. That's called the principal. Right, so visualizing debt payments. Let's go back to Bloomberg. Is the principal taxable? No, because it's already taxed as you pull out the bond. You're paying rates.
It kind of depends. I mean, if you buy a bond at a discount, we'll talk about that.
Is that discounted cash flows?
Well, no, I mean, if you buy, the bond's $1,000, but if interest rates are high, you can buy the bond for $950.
Yeah.
You buy for $950, it matures at $1,000, at $50 is taxable. But yeah, the principal shouldn't be taxable unless you bought it.
Okay.
And there's a lot of people like at USAA, oh man, Mr. wants to be buy a bond at a discount and never buy it at a premium. I can remember. They had a
Never
rule
buy
that
a
they would never buy one or the other. Bought it at a premium, it's a tax deduction because you bought it for $1,100 and it matured at $1,000, so you essentially lost $1,000. But
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
all right, good.
That's a good question. Okay, so let's go to Bloomberg. We're gonna type in a country, so let's do instead of Rwanda. Is Rwanda still there? Oh, it is. Okay, so we're gonna go to Rwanda government, right? So Rwanda, GOVT.
So the guy from the movie, you saw that.
Really? Wait, which guy?
The guy from Hotel Rwanda,
Really?
they just arrested him. The Rwanda government just arrested him.
Oh my god. Well. Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna click.
Maybe partly why they're rated B plus.
Probably why. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Rated B plus.
They arrested their own national hero.
That's terrible. You know, a lot of countries like that just it always happens. I feel like now it's just like a normal thing. Okay, so we're gonna view a bonds and we're gonna select a bond. We're gonna go to the DDIS function. Okay. I'm gonna hit DDIS. Do it? Oh, I did it. Okay. This is visualizing debt payments, right? So this is the country's debt payments from 2022. Oh, and then, right? So what they would get back. Here's where they at. Here's where they get back. The table. Yeah, so that's how much they have in bonds. Now let's try. Let's try another country. So let's try Russia. Let's try Russia. Okay, I'm gonna go to the Russian government. I'm gonna click on. Let's see. Let's try this bond. Ooh. Go DDIS. Distribution. Here it is. We're gonna go to the chart. Oh, they paid. They're gonna pay a lot more.
Yeah, the keys the next couple of years. Right?
So by 2047, they are gonna have 599 million. Wait, is that how that
Yeah,
works?
the M should be millions, but that would be like.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means.
Must be 599.
So this is by breakdown. You're gonna do payment rank.
The table helps because the tables. Yeah, I don't know what those MMs mean. It may be that maybe it's in rubles, and in that case, it really is.
Yeah, maybe it's like converting it.
Does it say it's in rubles or in dollars? Oh, it is in rubles.
Yeah,
Can you
so
switch
it's
it to
dollars. Yeah. American
Oh,
dollars.
yeah, switch it, but they said that MM.
7,000 million.
That must be.
That is a lot.
Total debt 37 billion, that's about right.
So there's 14 governments. All right. So this is how you visualize. It was kind of confusing on Bloomberg, the way they explain it. They kind of like over-explain it. So this is just their debt payments. All right, so going back to fixed income. Fixed income are types of investment security that pay investors fixed interest or dividend payments until its maturity date. So when they mature, investors are repaid the principal amount they invested, which is what we went over in a little bit, right? So right? I invest, I get the principal plus. So if I'm a lender, right, and I lend them $8, right, and I tell them, okay, every year you don't pay me, right? Every year you have it, you are gonna get $10 on top of that $8. Right? Plus, that's like the interest, right? So that's kind of how it works. So at the end, when they have to pay you back, it's that principal amount plus the interest that has compiled over the years. And that's how much they're going to pay you. Also, about bonds, bonds are something that fluctuate.
The interest you get is a compound, but those $10 you.
It's compounded depending on the pay period. Yeah, so there's actually an equation. Oh, right. So going back, think of APR. APR on your credit card is the interest rate, right? So APR is like the yield of a bond. That's what yields do for bonds. So bond prices fluctuate because price is determined by the owner. And that's where it can change because also, you know, your APR rates are fixed rates, but bond payments are kind of negotiable. Right. So fixed income is not like fixed price. So they are not the same thing. Fixed income is the fixed amount of money return. So it's going to be a return. It's not going to be the amount, the starting amount, right? So
The cash flows don't change, but the price changes.
Mhm.
Hey, Cecil, we're gonna call APY the effective yields, so.
Effective yields.
APY and effective yield are the same thing, but you'll be using this formula in our class.
Effective yield, yeah. The certification actually doesn't use this equation, but I looked it up just in case so you can have like an understanding of where it comes from, right? So this is a bond yield calculation. And N, of course, is going to be the number of compounding periods. So the question is, why do you think fixed income is called fixed income? Did you have a question?
Oh, I was gonna talk.
Okay.
I can answer that.
Okay.
It gives you like pink.
Yeah. Yes, so the price of bonds are fixed, right? Repayment amounts and timings are fixed. Current and future owners of a bond get the same effective and bonds cannot rise in price. So which one do you think it is? Each one is like a separate answer. So bonds are fixed. That's one. Repayments amounts. Timings are fixed. Okay, wait, never mind. Hold on. Let me get this right. It's actually this one.
Only, and we won't talk about it in our class, but you're talking about corporate bonds.
Mhm.
You get in like mortgage-backed securities, the cash flows are uncertain because then the borrower can refinance. They want
Wait, can you repeat that again? So like,
a mortgage bank is,
yeah.
it's a bunch of people borrowing money for a house.
Uh-huh.
But if interest rates fall, they can refinance. So you think you can get the money back over 30 years, but instead you get it all back today because interest rates fell. The corporate bonds can't do that, right? Corporate bonds, they have to pay. You could argue that mortgage backs are really not fixed income because
They
you don't know
fluctuate.
what the cash flow is. It
Yeah.
can change if it's all up to the borrower.
I didn't know that. I didn't think about
We
mortgage.
usually talk about mortgage back as fixed income, but they really don't fit this definition.
Yeah, I had to do a project like that recently. We had to like buy a house and.
Yeah, mortgages are very different bonds. You have callable bonds, you're not talking about callable bonds, those can change, right? Because they can pay off the debt early, but the US government can't pay off their debt early.
Mhm.
They have to keep paying for the whole 30 years, no matter what.
Yeah, so repayment amounts and timings, those are fixed things, right? So they have to repay it, and when it matures, it matures. So that's why it's called fixed income. All right, so here's the yields. So I really like the example they gave here for the new lenders, new borrowers. I think it's a good way to see it. So, right, so if I have high yields, that's good for me as a lender because I'm charging my borrower more interest. So I'm going to get more return. They don't like low yields. because low yields, you don't get that much back. You're not making more than what you invested. So new borrowers, they don't like high yields because if I'm a new borrower, I'm gonna have to pay those interests. And they like low yields because they're not paying too much more than what they originally needed. All right, so a perpetual bond is a security with no maturity date, not redeemable, but they pay a steady stream of interest payments forever. Perpetual bonds. I was gonna ask you like what industry usually use perpetual bonds?
I don't think there are many of them out there. There's some governments. Someone did one here recently. Yeah, and they don't have to last forever because the company that issued it could buy the bond back. They can't pay it off early, but they can purchase it. Same thing with the government. The government can buy their own bonds back, but they can't pay them off early. They can only buy them back.
Oh,
The U.S. government doesn't have any perpetual bonds. There are some governments, I think maybe Ireland, some government was real famous for recently.
So here's another knowledge check. So why does the US have a strong reputation of creditworthiness? And the right answer is it has the right to tax the wealthiest population on earth. Any questions about the answer? No. Taxes here are in a leg. So bond cash flows, what is that? So back to Bloomberg. Let's pick another country. So you want to pick a country? Canada? Okay. Let's pick Canada. It's like the government. Like the bond. We're gonna go to the YAS function. Yields and spread analysis. And here's the yield. So basically, that function I showed you earlier, APY is equal to, right, 1 plus APR. Bloomberg already did that for you. It's right there. So if you ever go into Bloomberg, you need to find, okay, well, my job's telling me to look into Chinese bonds. So does it work for China? Okay, yeah. Right, okay, let's, I need to see this bond. What's their yield? YS. And there you go. And that's what it's trading at.
And does the higher yield and the lower yield apply on?
What do you mean?
Like the high.
So like a
high yield, is it better for the?
Yeah, so what would a high yield be better for? What do you think, the lender or a borrower? The lender, why?
And the lower yield, will have a longer span to pay back.
Exactly. Awesome. Okay. Tell me something. No. So bond valuation drivers. So it's gonna be credit risk and macroeconomics, right? So when you're evaluating a bond, should I buy this bond? Should I not buy this bond? Right? That's the question you should always ask before you get into all the yields and everything and prices. So you gotta look at credit risk. So there's credit ratings, right? So you're gonna see it AAA, AA, and then you're gonna see triple B, double B, and then B. Right, so it goes like that. Triple A and double A are like the best. And then A, it goes down from there. And then it goes from A to triple B, and then double B, and then B. So yeah, I think I can show you an example if I go to debt or, what was the one for credit? Go back. One for credits. Yeah, okay, so let's go back to let's just pick a couple. Government. Let's go to the US. Back to the fixed income search. Right, Canada. Right, so, okay, yeah, so you see, this bond is a triple A. So, actually, it means they're really good with credit. Find one that's like a double B. Let's go back to Rwanda.
Yeah, our Rwanda was single B.
Rwanda. Let's try something, so you can just get a, yeah, so you see? Single B. Mhm.
I don't know what you mean, Russia, I can find one with the rating.
Really? The Russian government? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, so. Would you wanna, sorry?
Is that non-recorded?
Non-reporting, yeah, I think so. I think that's what that means.
Well, no rating.
Oh, no rating, okay.
Is that worse or you don't have?
I think they are rated, so I don't know why I can't find one that is.
Maybe they just don't allow access to that information.
Some, I mean, it's, you don't have to be rated, but. Yeah, I'm not real sure.
So what someone once told me is that you always wanna look for triple B to triple A in that range. Maybe double B, but like, you wanna keep it in triple A, double A.
Sort of
single A.
safest function.
It's, that way you're just making sure that your money's gonna come back to you. Argentina?
Yeah, another company struggling.
Argentina.
Another one's not rated. I really don't know why they say not rated.
Buenos Aires?
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow.
That's about as bad as you can get. Well, actually, it's triple C minus, double C, single C. So
Single C minus.
is the closest thing to default.
They actually have a triple D.
Triple D, I don't know what that means. D means default, so I don't know what triple D means.
Try Mexico.
This does make housing crisis the credit for triple C, right? The housing crisis, like credit ratings, they were like.
Well, for some entities, yeah. Rated. Triple C is pretty bad rating. Triple C really means without a miracle, there's a default.
I'm trying to see Mexico's bonds, but
It was probably investment grade, I would guess.
I'm trying to see, yeah, because Mexico.
Triple B, yeah, Mexico's triple B, they should be investment grade.
Capital structure. Oh, this is also one that I forgot to mention. This is the caste structure. This is going to be basically like the breakdown of their subsidies. That was in my next one. Yeah, that's the caste function. Did I skip that? I might have skipped that. Oh, yeah, yeah. So basically, it's the subsidiaries. Is that how you say that word? Subsidiaries, yes. Basically, there are other businesses that they own. So you can see here, right? So Nacional Financiera, and then the Banco Nacional.
National Financial Development.
Which one are you trying to say? Banco Nacional de Obras y Servicios Públicos. Servicios Públicos, public service.
Yeah, yeah.
Then I think my last thing I have today, right, is.
Yeah, that's the same money.
So this is one of the questions that they ask you in the certification, right? So it's going to be if an investor is doubting the credit of a borrower, then what should happen to the price of the bond and it's yield. So what do you think as a borrower, right? You kind of look a little sketchy. As an investor, what should you do in that situation? Right, so the price goes down, the yield goes up. But why does the price go down? Why should my price of the bond go down if my borrower is kind of, doesn't really have that good of a credit rating, and my yield goes up? Let's use our handy. So why would a bond price go?
Spread's gonna gap out.
Mhm.
That rate goes up.
Yeah, so so you see like I'm saying about widespread, then so there's like a narrow spread and a wide spread, right? So if I have interest and I have a high price, it's not balancing each other, right? So in order for them to balance each other out, you have to have the price low, the yield high. You still have to meet the principle, if that makes sense. Then we're going to explore, the last thing we're going to do on Bloomberg today is the WB function, which is world bond markets. You can see how they're doing. So let's go to the United Kingdom. You can see how they're trading, their yields. So all those functions I showed you before, this is like the bigger view, right, of each country. 10-year, we could do 30-year, we could do 2-year, and 5-year. Let's look at the spreads. So like Professor was saying, talking about why, that's what he's talking about, these spreads, right? Wide spread, and then there's, I think it's called narrow. They told me narrow spread last
Yeah,
time.
narrows when you're confident that they're gonna pay you back, and wide. I don't know how I pick those words, wide and narrow. I don't know, it's not big and small, but
It's because,
they don't go up, they widen.
last semester, I actually asked that same question to Nicolas. He taught a class. He explained to me that it goes back to like the mathematics structure behind the calculation, right? So you have a wide spread, a narrow spread. And that's determining.
The narrow spread is.
I know for sure they're gonna pay me back.
And the wider spread is
I don't know. Yeah, so that's where you lower the price and you higher the yield. That way the spread is.
Remember when I whacked on AAA rated, your spread might be five basis. B rated might be 250, 300. Risk premium over treasuries. You can buy treasuries, or you can buy a triple A bond, or you can buy a double B bond. Well, treasuries is 2%. I might buy the triple A paying 2.1% because it's not that risky. But the double B, I might require 4.5 to 5%.
So you put a higher yield in order for them to pay early.
Pay early, but just if they don't pay you back, you want to get paid extra just.
And I think the price will, the way I see it is I feel like an investor would lower down the price just so the risky credit company, right, actually pays you that much. So it's, it's something that they can manage. But also, just in case they don't manage it, you have the yield to give you your money back. Okay, and that's all I have for today.
Yeah, you showed me some work on the bond side. There's just almost too much to learn.
There's
Stuff there.
I'm not gonna lie, fixed income is probably the heaviest topic out of the 4 that I've taught so far.
Yeah, there's so much you can do with bonds that you really can't do with stocks.
I didn't really understand bond lessons, but like going into it, I think bonds are very complicated. Also,
It's more quantitative.
I might do options next class as well. I'm still trying to figure that out. I was just gonna have him decide which one he wanted to learn about, the extra ones.